the minute track's sake.
Check, check.
Good evening. Pursuant to Section 54956 of the California Government Code, a special meeting of the City Council is hereby called for May 23rd, 2023 at 6 p.m. We do have a quorum. Margaret, could I get roll call, please?
Council Member Mendoza?
Here.
Vice Mayor Meyer?
Here.
Council Member Oerlemans?
Here.
Council Member Pearson?
Here.
Mayor Bryant?
Here. Okay, we do have a quorum. At this time, I will open for public comments. Margaret?
This is the time to comment on items that are listed on the closed session agenda. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. We have 0 speaker cards in the chambers and 0 hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I will close public comments and call for a motion to recess to closed session.
Motion to adjourn. Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We are adjourned to closed session. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the City Council meeting of May 23rd, 2023. We are reconvening from closed session, and there is nothing to report out at this time. Margaret, could we get a roll call, please?
Council Member Mendoza,
Here.
Vice Mayor Meyer,
Here.
Council Member Oerlemans,
Here.
Council Member Pearson,
Here.
Mayor Bryant.
Here. And if you could join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, and tonight, before we open public comments, I want to just clarify a couple of things. During the open public comments at the beginning of the meeting, you can speak about whatever you want to, you know, Aunt May's brownie recipe to anything else. But during the item public comments, they are to be held to that item. And you can speak to each item as it comes. But if the public speaker at that time wants to speak on something other than the listed item, according to our ordinance, I will pause that speaker until they speak on that item. Just so we follow our current ordinances. And now at this time, I will open public comments. Margaret, how many public comments do we have?
I have 3 for general public comment, and then I have speaker cards for some of the other items.
Okay, then we'll have 5-minute public comment tonight. And I'll turn it to you.
I received 0 written public comments for this section of the agenda prior to the meeting. We'll take public comments in the chambers, followed by Zoom public comment. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak under public comments. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. At this time, the public is permitted to address the city council on items that are not on the agenda. Items listed under presentations, informational reports, are on the consent calendar. Request for future agenda items, new request. Please save your comments for any other items that are on the agenda for that part of the meeting. Remarks are limited to 5 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. While we encourage your comments, state law prevents the city council from discussing items that are not on their meeting agenda, and if appropriate, staff will follow up on them with you directly. And we'll start with Clifton Fagerquist, followed by Sharon Ellingson.
Thank you. So, overgrown weeds on the Deer Ridge Golf Course. A narrow path was cut through the weeds. It was nothing more than superficial and cosmetic. The weeds continue to present a serious fire hazard, and WBA and Suncoast are negligent in not taking care of this. The city should fine WBA Suncoast or WBA $1,000 a day until this problem is addressed. And this time, don't cancel the fines levied against them. With respect to the clubhouse, I strongly oppose any attempt by the city to allow Mr. McCauley to convert the closed golf clubhouse to a restaurant. A restaurant is not a clubhouse. People don't play golf in the dark. People do go to dinner and go to bars in the evening. We don't need drunk drivers driving up and down Foothill from 11 a.m. to midnight in Deer Ridge. A conditional use permit for a golf course in 2000 for the golf course itself is not equivalent to a restaurant bar. It is a completely different commercial activity and has no business being operated in a residential neighborhood. Such a restaurant will require a greater police presence in Deer Ridge to deal with drunken drivers and other disturbances. Can the city give Deer Ridge residents Assurances that such a restaurant bar will not be used for illicit commercial activity. Restaurant bars do not belong in residential neighborhoods. It is not appropriate and will lead to significant disturbances, incidents, and criminal activity blocks away from an elementary school. Mr. McCauley should cease and desist this project and instead build his restaurant in a commercial area zoned for such a purpose. I recommend Las Vegas.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sharon Ellingson, followed by Doreen Pierce, Borlo.
Thank you, Council. My name is Sharon Ellingson, and I am here to speak about Davis Camp. Davis Camp, some of you know, or most of you know, is on the corner of Sunset and Brentwood Boulevard. It was a farm labor camp during the Depression and shortly before the Depression. Brentwood had many of these farm labor camps that people from all over the country came to during the Depression looking for work. Over the years, there were probably thousands of families who lived at Davis Camp alone, not counting the other camps in town. Most were from the state of Oklahoma and Arkansas, but there were families from other states as well. Most came looking for work in the fertile fields of Brentwood during the Great Depression of 1929 through 1932, and to escape the Dust Bowl of Oklahoma after losing their jobs and farms. My grandparents were one of those families. Dewey and Frankie Wilson, my grandparents, arrived at Davis Camp with 4 small children after hearing from other family members about work and a place to live. I began researching Davis Camp at the Historical Society because of their story, soon realizing it was the story of countless others who had arrived at Davis Camp with hope and a promise of work. I began on the advice of Kathy Layton by going through page after page of decades of old newspapers stored at the Resource Center. I soon realized that I had worked with the Davis descendant, Frank Davis. With the help of Steve Verdusco and his Our Town, Brentwood, California website, I soon connected with Frank. After 3 days of interviewing Frank and his wife, Iwana, and one of those days spent sitting behind the Davis Camp store, listening to and recording Frank's memories of living there, I soon saw a common story develop. It is the story of Cal Davis, who came to Brentwood from Oklahoma and saw an empty lot full of trash. But he saw more than that. He saw a place people could live while they looked for work. With Brentwood's approval, Cal slowly turned that lot into a community where everyone helped one another, sharing food they brought home from the fields they worked in, sharing stories of their lives, and helping one another when children were sick. There were dances on Saturday night and foot races on Sunday afternoon. A large table was set up Thanksgiving Day, and hundreds of people shared Thanksgiving dinner. They suffered sickness and floods, but they suffered together. Cal Davis would drive a sick person to Stockton for medical treatment and pay for that treatment himself. He soon had tents for people to live in, a grocery store, bathrooms, showers, and laundry rooms. As my grandmother said, no one was hungry, chickens ran in the yard, and fruit and vegetables the farmers had shared with the workers were brought home to share with the community. Many of the descendants of the families who lived at Davis Camp still live in the area. They found other work and in the factories and established businesses, bought homes, and settled in the community. Cal Davis saw an empty lot full of trash and imagined a place for people to stay while they sought work. But he could not have imagined what he had truly started, a community with a long future and permanent place in Brentwood history. I belong to the East County Historical Society, and what we are hoping, because all the other camps in town have been demolished and built up, And Davis Camp is the last one in town. And I know that building is slated to be torn down. We're hoping that a park can be built there. At the least that a plaque of some sort can commemorate all the people that came here and settled in East County because of our descendants. Thank you, Council, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Doreen Pierce-Forlow.
I think I have that set right. Oh, yeah, I do. Thank you, Council, for allowing me to speak, and thank you, Sharon. Again, my name is Doreen Pierce-Forlow. I'm a native of Brentwood, and I'm the archivist at the East Contra Costa Historical Society. Again, I wish to speak about this building that sits on city property on Brentwood Boulevard next to the Marsh Creek. You know it as an old building. We know it as Davis Camp. In the 1950s, 40s, and 60s, it was a grocery store. A grocery where Leo Davis gave you a hot dog to eat as your mom shopped at the butcher counter. The Davises who started Davis Camp were giving people who helped others who came here in the 1920s and 30s seeking work in agriculture. The Davises welcome immigrants from the Dust Bowl as well as other places. Because of the community atmosphere and the work in agriculture, people were able to find their pride again. Many who came to this camp stayed. They became part of Brentwood. Their names appear on school buildings. Their names appear on businesses. Brentwood has already lost most of its agricultural history. We have lost all of the packing sheds, the train station, and the platforms where the produce was shipped from. We've lost the Hotel Brentwood. With a little bit of imagination, we think, at East Contra Costa Historical Society, that the city can turn this site into a beautiful and informative park that commemorates our history in agriculture. I see a shaded picnic area. I see a creekside walk. I see stands along that walk with information, with photographs and text that commemorate Davis Camp, the packing sheds that were in Brentwood, the train station, and the hotel. I see a peaceful and informative spot where history can be shared. We have no idea what this city plans to do with that property. We know that the building is going to be torn down, and that's obvious. But we certainly envision a nice area where people can take their families, have a picnic, walk around the creek, and be informed about the agricultural history in Brentwood. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional speaker cards in person. I do have 4 hands raised in Zoom. I'll call on Carolina Villaseca. Carolina, go ahead.
Hi, 2 things real quick. I went to a birthday party this weekend. It was a Filipino birthday party. I ate my fill of pancit and lumpia. It was delicious. They were talking about the Jollibee, which is opening up on Lone Tree, and the delays because they can't find employees. So I'm just making a public plea that if you have a teenager who is looking for summer work, perhaps they could apply. I really want that restaurant to open. I'm dying to eat some really good Filipino food. So please have anyone who's looking for a job to apply. Number 2, it has to do with the Vineyard Academy, but I'm not going to speak on the item itself. Mayor Joel Bryant rents space from Rock Church, so I would respectfully ask that he recuse himself from the agenda item D1 regarding Vineyard Academy to maintain transparency and avoid any hint of impropriety. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carol Jensen. Carol, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. My name is Carol Jensen. I'm a resident of Brentwood, and I sit as the chair of the Contra Costa County Historic Landmark Advisory Committee that advises the County Board of Supervisors with regard to historic properties in the county of Contra Costa. And to that end, I'd like to add my voice and comments to Sharon Ellington's and Doreen Pierce Forlow's comments regarding historic structures. The County of Contra Costa has taken a leadership role in Northern California for over 50 years in having an interest, concern, and preservation of historic structures in the county. As such, we continue to take a leadership position in Northern California. In fact, we are perhaps the longest historic landmark committee in Northern California, and there are still counties that do not have an advisory committee or panel advising supervisors regarding historic structures. As our cities in Contra Costa have been expanding their borders, less and less of the county and its historic structures are within the county's jurisdiction. Our case in point this evening is Davis Camp. Davis Camp at one point was in the county of Contra Costa. It was not within city limits of Brentwood. As such, any activity to tear down, improve, or otherwise physical changes to that building would have come before the Historic Landmarks Committee for review with regard to the importance of the structure to the county's history. Since the property is now within the city limits of Brentwood, we find your board, the city council, functioning as a historic committee as a whole. That is in your hands, the saving, tearing down, improvement of historic structures, meaning any structure older than 50 years old falls in your hands. To that end, if I may be so bold as to recommend that the city may wish to do as many cities in Contra Costa now have considered and embraced, and that is a historic structures committee under the auspices of the city council to provide you insight, reference, information, advice, counsel with regard to historic structures within the city of Brentwood. This would be an excellent opportunity to expand the committees advising this council. You have an arts commission, a recreation commission. Certainly historic properties in Brentwood will fall under that advisory council or committee area as well. So as a resident of Brentwood, I add my voice to the East County Historical Society's recommendation regarding the Davis Camp site and encourage this council, to consider a historic structures committee that can advise you in the future regarding any structures within city limits that have historic significance. Thank you very much, Council. I greatly appreciate you hearing me and for your consideration of this concept. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ian Cohen, followed by Carrie Reiser. Ian, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, good evening, Council. So I'm gonna give you a quick Youth Commission update because I haven't done that in a while. So it's that sad time of the year where our commission is going to have our annual switch off, where a bunch of us commissioners, including myself, are retiring off, and we get to recommend to council our next round of commissioners. That will be in the 2 weeks on June 7th at 7 p.m. in council chambers. We would love for council and the public to come and attend our meeting as we finish off this commission. And just to highlight a little bit of the commission, you'll get this highlight in a presentation at your next council meeting in June, when the Youth Commission will do our annual review of our events to you. This will be the first one in years due to the COVID pandemic, as we all know. This commission, we hosted a multicultural fair, and we really did a lot of things, including nominating youth-friendly businesses and so much. So I just also wanted to, again, to that point, on the next council meeting on June 13th, I invite the public to come in and tune in and watch the Youth Commission present all of the stuff we have worked on, not just in the last year, but a little bit of what we have done since the pandemic. That's all I got for council tonight. Hope to see you in a few weeks at the Youth Commission meeting, and I'll see you again on June 13th. Have a great night.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised in Zoom. I think that Carrie Reiser had put her hand down.
Okay, thank you. At this time, then, we will close public comments and move into informational reports from council members, committees, liaisons, and staff. Last council meeting, I started to my right, so this week we'll go start with Councilman Oerlemans. Councilman Oerlemans, any reports?
Well, good evening. Thank you for being here this evening. Since the last council meeting, I attended the Chamber of Commerce ribbon cutting at the Red Door Gift Shop. The promotion ceremony for Lieutenants Peart and Aguiar, promoted from sergeant up to lieutenant at the police department. The State of the City address by Mayor Bryant. A meeting with a union representative from the trades commissions. The Police Activities League bike rodeo at Veterans Park. What an amazing event. I remember going to these when I was a kid, and my daughter joked that the wheels must be made out of stone back then, but they weren't. We had bicycle tires and everything else, but it was a great event for the kids. I got to take my granddaughter, good event. The Delta Young Life Banquet at Cornerstone Fellowship Church. The 6th anniversary celebration of Chill Tea and Coffee up on Balfour. Really nice event. They did a whole lot of booths with crafts and everything. It was really nice. And then the multicultural, multilingual Summer Fest here in City Park on Sunday afternoon. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Since our last meeting, I attended the California League of Cities East Bay Division meeting, which included a presentation by Congressman John Garamendi. Took part in the interim City of Brentwood audit meeting with the mayor. Was part of the land use and development meeting to discuss the renewal of the Veteran Brentwood contract. Attended the State of the City. Attended the Muktongan Summerfest in City Park. And attended the Delta Breeze Lacrosse event in Veterans Park to recognize the retirement of founders John and Lori Boone. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilperson Mendoza.
Hello. Since the last time we met, attended the Cal Cities East Bay Division meeting, also with John Garamendi, the Cal Cities Congressional Update, our Neighborhood Voices Leadership meeting, the Land Use and Economic Development meeting, watched the Planning Commission meeting, had our Neighborhood Voices weekly meetings where we are trying to change laws in Sacramento. If anyone wants to know, let me know. Cal Cities Latino Caucus Public Relations Strategic Plan Committee meeting, the State of the City presentation, Assemblyman Grayson update, and the lacrosse celebration also where the Boones are retiring.
Thank you. Councilwoman Pearson.
Good afternoon, everyone. Since we met on May 9th, I attended a Rotary Club meeting. I attended the ribbon cutting ceremony of the Red Door Gift Shop hosted by the Brentwood Chamber of Commerce. Went to introduce myself to businesses in the downtown Brentwood area like Surrey Love and the Playhouse. Had really great conversations with them. I attended the State of the City address by Mayor Bryant, attended the swearing in of newly promoted Lieutenants Chris Pert, saying that wrong, and Miguel Aguilar. And then I had a meeting with Building and Trades representative. I also went to meet with Mary Black at the East Contra Costa County Society Museum to provide the docents with neck fans so that they don't sweat to death when they give all of our little third graders the tours around the house. So that was everything I did.
Thank you. Since the last time we met, I attended the Transplan meeting, ECRFA meeting, the BART State Route 4 bypass committee meeting, the Arts and Craft Vendor Fest, which was down here in City Park, the interim city audit for the city's finances and investments, the swearing in of Lieutenants Peart and Aguiar, and I was asked if Lieutenant Peart was any relation to Neil Peart, the drummer for Rush. He is not, just so you'll know, but I imagine he'd be a pretty good drummer. He's a pretty talented guy. The State of the City address and the Airport Land Use Commission. I also met with two individuals that were looking to potentially bring some future medical companies into town. It's too early to say any more than that, but we are on the radar thanks to our excellent economic development team to bring high-paying, high-quality jobs here into town. So that's exciting. And I have nothing to report further than that at this time. So this time we'll move into the consent calendar. And do I have a motion for the consent calendar?
I make a motion to adopt the consent calendar.
A second.
First and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is unanimous. Before we move into item C, public hearings, I'm going to ask the pleasure of council, would it be okay with you to move item D1 up? We have some families here that have young children. I believe they're probably here for this meeting. Item D1. Would it be okay if we took item D1 first? Okay.
Yes.
Sorry, Dane. He's going to have to get readjusted, it looks like. But at this time,
We'll just adjust our staff as well. so
yes,
give us a
I'm
minute.
sorry. So not quite as smooth as I thought it would be. But having been a parent of young children, the earlier they get to move around freely, the happier they generally are.
Our presenter for this item will be here shortly. So within,
Oh, so if the
within a minute.
presenter's not
I
here,
think within a
I
minute.
can withdraw.
Nope. Just to give her a little bit of time. I think she's upstairs.
Okay. Okay. Well, does anyone know any magic tricks while we're waiting on? I can pull a quarter out of someone's ear if they provide the quarter, and I'll give it back to you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
if I might, while we're waiting for Ms. Hagan to take her seat, if you are calling item D1, before we get started on the item, I know there has been some question as to at least one council member's participation, and we wanted to ask each member of the council tonight whether they can share with the crowd here whether they have come to a decision on this project or whether they have kept an open mind and will be able to refrain from making a decision until after everyone has been heard this evening. If we could just go down the line and the council could indicate whether or not they can fulfill that, I would appreciate it.
Yes, I have an open mind and I will not make a decision until we are done with our conversation.
I can fulfill that.
I can fulfill that. In addition, I did submit myself. Previously, I had recused myself on this item out of an abundance of caution to make sure that there was no perceived conflict of interest. And so I submitted myself to the FPPC regarding the interaction between the church that I work for renting the facility from the Rock Church. It was a lengthy investigation, and they sent me a reply saying that they found no conflict with my relation with the church I work for and that church's renting of that building. So I just wanted to make that clear as well. And yes, I can keep an open mind, and I have not made a decision on this item until after we're deciding.
Yes, I can keep an open mind until after the discussion. Thank you.
Absolutely can keep an open mind and listen to all the discussion before the decision is made.
Okay, and I see our presenter is here on this item. The next item then is review of the Planning Commission's action related to the Vineyard Academy, and Jennifer Hagan will be presenting. Jennifer.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. The application before you tonight is for a design review amendment to allow for modifications to a previously approved modular classroom buildings to be installed on the east side of the property for Vineyard Academy Christian School, located south of Grant Street between Adams Lane and Lone Oak Road. The subject property was originally approved in 2009 by the Planning Commission, who approved a mitigated negative declaration, a conditional use permit, and a design review application authorizing construction of a church and parsonage. In 2013, the Planning Commission approved an amendment to the design review and conditional use permit, reducing the size of the church and adding a preschool center use while retaining the parsonage as a second phase. This project, approved to be constructed in 2 phases, superseded the 2009 approval in all conditions. In 2022, the applicant submitted a conditional use permit amendment for the operation of the Vineyard Academy Christian School and a design review for the design and construction of the modular buildings to the rear of the Rock Church. The application was originally approved by the Planning Commission before being called up for review. In June of 2022, the application was ultimately approved by the City Council with added conditions to address adding window trim and awnings, adding a tile or standing seam roof, constructing a masonry wall on the east property line, providing exterior text coat painted to match the building, or painted to match the church, and enhanced landscaping along Grant. City Council conditions of approval also stated that the Planning Commission had jurisdiction to hear any requested modifications, therefore bypassing the design review subcommittee. To comply with the City Council imposed conditions of approval, a design review amendment to allow adjustments to the type of the modular building had to be made, resulting in a different configuration, roof orientation, and roof slope. On May 2nd, an application was presented to the Planning Commission that addressed the majority of the concerns, but was proposing Planning Commission review of modifications to allow for minor changes. At the conclusion of the hearing, the Planning Commission approved the design review amendment 4-1. Following the Planning Commission approval, the application was called for review to the City Council. It should be noted that only the requested design review amendment is under review as part of this application, and that conditions of approval related to the design and construction of the church approved through Design Review 0820 and the operation of the church and school approved through CUP 08-031 are not part of this agenda item. As part of my presentation tonight, I will provide an overview of the proposed changes. However, a full set of the 2022 approved plans, as well as the Planning Commission approved amendments, are included as part of the agenda packet. As shown here, the previously approved plan on the right included a total of 3 buildings, 2 buildings each with 3 classrooms and 1 small restroom building. The proposed plans shown on the left would include 3 identical buildings, each with 2 classrooms and independent restrooms within each. Although the total square footage has increased, the total number of buildings, which is 3, and the total number of classrooms, 6, has not changed. The proposed roof change includes modifying the direction of the roof gable and the roof slope as shown here, with the proposed plan to the top and the approved plan on the bottom, resulting in a 1 foot, 1 inch decrease in height. It should be noted that the existing church has neither a tile or standing seam metal roof. According to the applicant, in order to provide a standing seam metal roof, the slope needed to be reduced and the orientation was required to be east-west rather than the previously approved north-south configuration. As amended, the project is proposing complementary tan colors and matching window awnings consistent with the existing church building as conditioned. In addition, the project continues to provide a decorative landscape trellis entry with stucco columns matching the existing church entry and has proposed to add new landscaping with mature trees along Grant Street to match the existing landscaping. Overall, staff has reviewed the proposed plans in accordance with the previously approved design review approval and has found that the project, as proposed, is compliant with all applicable development standards and has addressed all of the required conditions of approval. Modifications to the original approval include changes to the building orientation, the roof slope, and roof material, which has been found to be consistent and in compliance with the city's development standards. Based on the call review, the City Council has 3 options before you tonight. If the call review results in the project approval, the existing entitlement would be affirmed as it was originally approved by the Planning Commission on May 2nd, and Council would formally approve the project by adopting the Council Resolution as attached. The Council review results in a project approval with additional or revised conditions imposed by Council. The Council could formally approve the project by adopting a Council Resolution with additional or revised conditions. And lastly, if the call for review results in a project denial, the City Council would provide findings for the denial, and the item would return to the City Council at a subsequent meeting for formal denial. With that, staff is recommending that the City Council adopt the attached resolution affirming the Planning Commission approval of DR 23-009A1 to allow for the modification of the roof slope, the orientation of the previously approved modular buildings. As conditioned and supported by the findings made by the Planning Commission and included in the draft resolution provided for consideration. And with that, staff is available for any questions. The applicant is also in attendance, as well as the applicant's architect is available for questions as well.
Thank you. Are there any clarifying questions of staff from council at this time? Okay, thank you. Seeing none, at this time, we will open public comment. Margaret?
This is the time to comment on agenda item D1. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the form provided on the counter at the back of the chambers. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. The applicant will be called first and will be given 10 minutes. Remaining speakers are limited to 5 minutes per person, and microphones will be muted after the timer has expired. We did receive 2 public comments on this item prior to the meeting, and they will be posted on our website for review, or they have been posted. We'll call on the applicant first.
Can you turn the mic on, please?
Hello. Oh, there we go.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Mike Curtis. I'm the principal of Vineyard Academy. We have some people here in support of the proposal that we're reviewing tonight. I have April Cudahy, who is one of the co-founders of Vineyard Academy here, and she will be speaking. We also have Don Sterling. Don is not only the architect for the original church building, but he is also the architect of the portables that we are proposing. Don is available through Zoom, so he is here via Zoom to answer questions. We also have Daniel Muller, who has been retained by Vineyard Academy as our attorney. He is also available to answer questions via Zoom. So I would like to yield the rest of my time to April.
Good evening, City Council members. For those of you who don't know me, my name is April Cudahy, and I'm one of the co-founders of Vineyard Academy. Our school has a wonderful grassroots beginning, and if you're interested in hearing about it, you can go to the city's website and listen to me give our school's history at the City Planning Commission meeting on April 19th, 2022, again at the City Council meeting on June 1st, 2022, after a council member called for a review, or you can hear it at the City Planning Commission meeting on May 2nd, 2023. And here we are once again on the agenda due to another review from the same City Council member. These meetings were not for different aspects of our original project or even a seemingly difficult project. These meetings were all called to discuss the details surrounding portable and temporary classrooms. As a longtime citizen of Brentwood, I can appreciate the importance of aesthetics to our city. However, I find it incredibly frustrating that almost a year after our project approval, we still do not have our building permit to place our portables on site. And this isn't due to any fault of our own, as we have tried our very best to meet every condition that the City Council placed upon our project. The Planning Commission agreed with me at their last meeting on May 2nd of this month and clearly stated on record that we have done all that was asked of us by the City Council from our last year's meeting on June 1st, 2022. I will let Mr. Curtis and our architect, Don Sterling, speak to any specifics regarding portables and roof pitch, as they are the experts. I sincerely hope that you too will listen to these experts. At the June 1st meeting of last year, I listened as two City Council members continually discussed in circles all the possible materials and design ideas that they could envision, obviously ignoring the design approval previously given to us by their own Planning Commission, never once considering what the additional costs might be to a nonprofit school or what the state architect requirements are for portable school classrooms. No other City Council member interjected or even questioned the validity of these conditions being possible, reasonable, or at the very least beneficial to our students who need them. The entire discussion appeared to us to be only about personal preference of two City Council members under the guise of city standards for buildings. Surely that is the job of your peer review architect, city planning staff, and Planning Commission. In addition, Mayor Joel Bryant, and I appreciate your diligence in having that researched. You recused yourself from the vote, which was surprising to us and we felt not necessary. I've never met Mayor Bryant. The only possible connection between us is that we have the same landlord at the Rock Church. That hardly constituted a conflict of interest in our opinion. To me and our school families, all of these added delays and expenses appear personally motivated, and we pray that isn't the case. The one and only purpose of tonight's review is to discuss the pitch of a roof and/or the lack thereof on our already approved design on a temporary building. I implore you all to resist off-topic discussions, to lean on your experts' advice, and keep in mind additional costs to us instead of arbitrarily setting any additional conditions, and vote in our favor tonight. And our staff, our families, and most of all, our students have been more than patient with this process, but enough is enough. And thank you for your time and consideration on this.
The applicant has 5 minutes and 5 seconds left, and I had the next speaker card from Don Sterling, who is on Zoom. Mr. Sterling, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Bryant and council members. My name is Don Sterling of Sterling Architects. I would like to thank the Mayor Bryant for moving this item up for the kids, because this item is for the kids in the end of the day. So we're here today after 4 public hearings. 2 from you, 2 from the planning condition. And as a past planning commissioner and chairman for 6 years, I do agree with the applicant that this is a frustrating process. And we're hoping that the intentions of the council are for the right reasons and not for other reasons or personal agenda item reasons. So I'd like to state that these are temporary units. These are not units that are designed by us architects. They're leased, they're rented, they're approved by the state architect. This is kind of similar to the Celebration Christian Preschool project, except for those units were permanent units. These are temporary units. So these designs that you're looking at, these are already built. They're not designed by us. Sure, we've had the peer review architect of the city review, asked, added, embellished, We've added landscaping, we've added fence, we've lowered the building. There's not much more you can do unless you just really don't want this project. But with that being said, you know, just so I can make it clear again, portable units are leased units that are approved by the state architect. You cannot change them structurally. And your chief building official knows this, as we worked with that with the Celebration Christian Preschool. Modular buildings can be designed, changed, and then they're permanent, and they're not stamped by the state architect for school use occupancy building. So anyways, I hope that helps. I'm here for any questions, and thank you for your time.
Oops. Thank you. The next speaker I have is Daniel Mueller, and I believe he may be on Zoom. Mr. Mueller, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm here just to answer questions, and that's about it.
Thank
if there
you.
are any.
The next speaker card I have is Tanya Aviles. Oh, no, sorry, that's for D2. My apologies. And I have a hand raised in Zoom. Danny Dorman. Mr. Dorman, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Sorry I couldn't be there in person. There's only one thing in my life that is more important to me than you guys, and that's my grandson. He just left. So on to D1. And I'm freestyling this, so my apologies. It's my understanding that a developer goes to council or goes to planning first. They come with their ideas, their designs, and so on. Planning looks at it, and if there are changes that are made, they go back, they come back. Eventually, planning approves whatever it is that was agreed upon. Council gets information from the developer, gets information from planning. If there are any changes, there's a dialogue that goes back and forth. The developer then presents and the council approves. I say this not so much for a history lesson for the five of you and not even the developer, but for the public. Here's the dilemma. Last year, June 1st, I was going to make some pretty little recording like I did the last time, but no, I will paraphrase. We will do anything you want us to do. That was from the developer. That was last June. Since then, they have come back, oh, we can't get these supplies, the good old supply chain reason. They come back again tonight. Here's the problem. If the owner of this school, the nice young lady who always comes up and talks about all these things that pull on the heartstrings of those who think we're picking on kids, which is never the case, at least for me, never the case. If they have a developer and a construction team that doesn't know what they're doing, and they have to keep coming back saying, oh, we can't do this now, we can't do that now, you need to really hire somebody else. I urge the council to stick with the last plan. To be honest, I urge the council to stick to the original plan. I think that you and planning have gone far and beyond what is necessary for this school to do what it needs to do. If they're not doing their diligence, if they're not working in concert with the people that are supposed to build, not in concert with you, once you guys bless it, boom, it's on them. We do this to Sino, we do this to none. We should have an equal responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised in Zoom, and I have no other speaker cards in person.
Thank you. At this time, we'll close public comments. Okay. Is there any council discussion on this item?
Yeah,
Councilmember
I actually
Mendoza.
rewatched the video also, and I did hear I think it was Mike Curtis say, I think 3 or 4 times, we will do what the city wants. And it was about the design. And I think people think I'm picky on design on just this. It's not just this. I'm picky on design on everything. I mean, even affordable housing, I want it always to look the best. That's always my goal for everything. And I think if you watch meetings, you will see that. I also want to say one other thing. I think it was 2019 when we reviewed the Catholic school that wanted to come. I was the only one in this chamber fighting for private schools. I'm a huge private school advocate. I went to private school. My husband went to private school. My kids went to private religious school. So I want your school, and I voted for your school last time. So the school is not the problem. So please don't think that that is where I'm coming from, because that is the farthest from the truth. I'm a private school kid, religious school kid, and it was important for me, for my kids to be in school, to have religion as 24/7. So please don't think that that's ever where I'm coming from. I come from the point of aesthetics. When you came to us with the last application, we had been through the ringer with residents because a portable trailer-looking unit had been put over up on Wintergreen. So the portable was put up, and we're the ones who have to deal with that afterwards. Now there's another portable up on Balfour. I get calls about it all the time, and I'm the one who deals with the calls because people are upset. I can't do anything about the portable or modular unit on Balfour because there was a window where, when a state law was passed versus when we had design requirements, that they slipped in and they did what they did, and I can't do anything about it. So when I'm picky about design, whether it's with you, whether it's with affordable housing, 2 blocks from you, that Shea development, I went rounds and rounds with that Shea about what it was gonna look like. I met with the neighbors. They called me out. Like, they called me. I went and I visited with them. We worked through it. We talked to Shea, and they worked on their design also. So I don't want you to think that it's about you, because it's not about you. It's about, when I ran, I saw a deterioration in what we were requiring and making exceptions versus our design guidelines. And we have a book for our design guidelines. So I guess my question is, we know it doesn't look as good as the original one did. And did you ever think about maybe you said you could do whatever we needed from the city perspective. And when I looked at this application, I was a little bit taken aback by it. And I wonder, I know that Karen asked for the metal roof. It was composite. Was there ever a thought of doing exactly what was on that plan and keeping the pitch roof, or not? Because I have concerns. I mean, I already had a neighbor down the road reach out to me about it, that they don't want the portable looking thing in their neighborhood. So is there anything we can do? Because we want the school. I voted yes for your school once before. It's not that I don't want your school, but I also want to make sure that the residents that we answer to in those neighborhoods that are paying their property taxes get the best product possible aesthetically. So what can we do? Can he come up?
Yes. I'm sorry, please.
Thank you for your support at the last council meeting. The issue is, from the time that we presented the first proposal with the roof, the way it was originally done, and the request was made for a raised seam steel roof, we began a pretty long journey in looking for those units with raised seam steel roofs. We found units with raised seam steel roofs, but the orientation of the gable is different than it is on the original proposal. Those units with raised seam steel roofs are not available anywhere. So with no other options, we told Don, go ahead and propose the units that we can get with a raised seam steel roof. Now, there is an advantage with this new design. They are 14 inches lower, so there's less of a roof to even look at. And from that part of the property, if you're looking from Grant over towards Adams, the bulk of the roofs on the church are flat roofs. The only gabled roof is on the very front of the church. So in a way, it does kind of lend itself to the look of the flat roofs that it's surrounding, that it's adjacent to. But in state architect-approved classrooms with raised-seam steel roofs, that's what we get.
Was there ever a thought of coming back and just saying, okay, we can't get this, but we can get a composite or we can get something else that's more aesthetically pleasing? Was that ever a conversation?
We kind of felt that the condition of approval was a condition of approval that we needed to live with. So no, we didn't think that there was an opportunity to go back and review it again. Instead, we took the raised seam steel roof mandate and tried to move forward. And that's what we ended up with.
And yeah, and I guess I was confused, not just with you, I was confused with our city process because I don't understand why internally we even got here to planning. They should have had the opportunity to sit with our design review committee and talk it out. This shouldn't have happened here. This conversation should have happened with a committee that we put in place on the planning commission. So I apologize that you have to do this here, because if it would have been up to me, it would have happened during design review committee. You sitting with the two liaisons in a room or in here hashing it out in a more casual setting, I think would have been a better thing. So it's not like I called you here because I wanted to call you here. I would have preferred that avenue.
Thank you.
I think you heard us in the last meeting also say like 4 or 5 times, it can go to design review. It can go to design review. It didn't get into the final motion, which I'm learning that if I want something specific, I'm going to have to start making more detailed motions, because we can talk about it during our meetings, but then if we don't say it in the motion, it doesn't get in there. I don't know what to do, and I feel torn, right? Because I'm a Catholic school kid, my whole family's Catholic school kids, and then, but then I also have the responsibility to the neighborhood to make sure it looks as good as possible. So my question is, when you say it's only going to be there temporary, if people come to us and say, this is awful, this looks horrific, this, like, it's this and that and the other, which is what we get, how many years do I have to tell them that's going to be there? And can we count on those years?
So the longer game, the longer vision would be a more permanent building. That section where the portables is going to be would be converted to parking lot to support the permanent building. And we anticipate that would be 5 to 7 years.
So I, with confidence, can tell anyone who complains to me 5 to 7 years max, that, like, don't worry about it. It's gonna be 5 to 7 years, and then you're gonna get a great looking building after this that meets all design standards.
Yeah, and I would also be willing to talk to those folks and show them this is not designed to be hideous and ugly. It's a functional building. It is temporary. We are putting fencing around it. We are putting trees around it. We are putting trellises around it. So in the end, our hope is that this does not look like a temporary building, but it looks like part of the church.
And is it going to have like the coating, we talked about last time, a coating to make it look nicer? Like, how tall is the fence versus the building? Like, how much of it are people going to see?
So it's a 6-foot fence, so you're going to see probably 5 to 6 feet of the building.
Okay.
And there will be awnings on that side of facing Grant. It would match the awnings that are on the church facing Grant. So I think some of the suggestions that have come through the first council meeting were good ones to that end. The raised seam steel roof it really limited us on what we could do.
Okay, I'll let the rest of council ask questions or make comments if they.
Thank you. I also rewatched the meeting. It was a very interesting meeting, and would also like to clarify that the design standards that we're trying to stick to on behalf of the entire city and all of its residents are really specific to just trying to maintain that high standard that Brentwood is known for. So certainly if there's any assumption otherwise, or if there's any offense taken in that regard, I certainly would like to clarify that this is just about design standards.
Thank you.
And I thought it was a long discussion. I could absolutely understand that all this, what seems to be kind of a nitpicky line by line type of thing, we're doing it across the board. The decisions that we're making now as a council are going to impact residents years down the line. So we're doing this with bathrooms in the park, and we're doing this with our priority, and can't think of the name of it, PA1. Thank you, Innovation Center. Mine went blank. So everything that we're doing as we approve or disapprove or challenge or go back and forth about these projects is specific to that. So just for clarification, and I think it's important to note for everyone here and for everyone who's watching on Zoom, I wanted to just double check with you some of the things that were decided at the last meeting and see what, if anything, has changed with those decisions. But my first question.
Let me clarify, excuse me. The last planning commission
Oh,
meeting?
sorry, the one from June, the June 1st one.
The June 1st,
Yeah.
okay.
So my first question, though, would be, initially it was the discussion was around a tile roof being the first choice and the metal roof being the secondary. So can you clarify how, did you attempt to do the tile? Can you talk about that a little bit, please?
The buildings are not designed structurally to handle the weight of tile roofs, which is considerable when you compare them to a raised seam steel roof. So they aren't built with tile roofs. So that was a no. There was no option there. But when we moved to raised seam steel roofs, we did find these units. So they did meet that requirement. And they are lower profile than were originally proposed. So we thought that that was a benefit as well. And then being state architect approved for classrooms kind of spoke as a broad stroke to the health and safety for the children.
Okay, thank you. Some of the other things we were talking about, the exterior coating, the mature landscaping, because that was discussed too, the size of the trees that we planted, that would be planted, the pitched roof, the black awnings. Can you clarify if any of those things have changed, the trellis?
Those are all still part of the design or in and around those units.
See the amount of trees and the types and all of that is the same?
That's all still in the proposal.
I'm a little confused about, and this is maybe something that I think everybody might benefit from understanding. The approval that we gave in June, between then and it coming to planning recently, is a long time. Can you talk a little bit about the process that happened during that time and what caused it to take so long?
Sure.
Thanks.
So first of all, it was kind of a long journey to find these units with raised seam steel roofs. Once we located them, we began working with the architect to get the plans changed, then submitted back to planning. There was some back and forth with planning and nothing ever happens quickly. So we worked out some of their concerns and we added and moved things and noted things until we had what they felt was the right plan. Our hope was that planning would just approve the roof as a minor change. And I don't think they felt comfortable doing that. So not too long ago, we were moved back to Planning Commission to make that decision. That decision was just made that these would be fine. And then we're here because of the call for review.
Okay, thank you. That really helped. Let me double check if I have anything else for you. I did have the same question about when the permanent structure would be built, so thank you for that. I actually think I might be done with my questions for now. Thank you very much for that.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I'm going to wait to see what other discussion happens. Thank you.
Okay, is there any further discussion?
Well, and I always pronounce this wrong, sorry, my ESL.
It's okay.
The masonry wall, that stays the same. Everything else stays the same. It's just the units, but the landscaping will be, like she said, everything else stays the same. Nothing else changes, right?
Everything else is on the plan.
Okay.
And I actually did forget one thing I wanted to say. I just wanted to clarify too that sometimes we're asking questions that we might already know the answer to, for the sake of helping everyone in the room and everyone again watching to be on the same page and to have some clarification. And council and planning can only make decisions and vote based on the information they have right in front of them at that time. And sometimes something will go back and forth between planning and council because there might not be questions that planning could have asked based on what's in their staff report. And so just to clarify the process a little bit, sometimes and as you acknowledge, it does take some time and it can be a little frustrating, but really truthfully, the end goal again is to get the very best product for the residents, understanding that all the questions are asked, because we do get questions from someone that sees us at the grocery store, or someone sees us walking in the neighborhood, just to clarify what some of this stuff means. And so we will sometimes bring more into the conversation than maybe appears necessary at that exact moment, just to be really clear that we're trying to make a decision based on having everything we can possibly have in front of us. So thank you again for that.
And we have really worked very, very hard on our end to do everything that we've been asked to do. We put every single thing we were asked to do into those plans.
And yeah, Vice Mayor is right. There's a lot of times that I know that you get frustrated. The five of us can't talk about anything until we talk about it together. It's just the law. So I know people get frustrated, but because of the way things are, I can't like sit down with all of them and go, hey, are you all cool with this? Like, we have to come here. I have to ask you the questions. And I just have to do the right thing for the residents. And I hope you understand that, because you wouldn't want me to rubber stamp anything. And my question to Katie, has there ever been a time that we write an end date on a CUP? Like if we're saying 7 years, is that something that's feasible? And that way we can tell everyone who's like saying anything.
So thank you for the question. Conditional use permits run with the land, so they don't have end dates associated with them. This isn't a temporary use permit such as you would have for a very brief event in the park. So this is not something to which we would attach an end date.
So then we just have to trust. Okay.
And if I could add, many of the people that are driving by or will be driving by these portables are the school's families. They live in the neighborhood right near the school. So they have a similar interest in making sure that it's aesthetically pleasing. So that's our goal.
Councilmember Pearson?
Thank you. I wanted to know where the students are currently being taught in lieu of waiting for us to make a decision on roofs for the portables.
So we're in the main church building.
Okay. And I just wanted to just see, are there a lot of people present tonight who are in support, or I guess who are from the church or who attend for the school, who are here to support? Okay. Also, I wanted to ask our staff, there was in the report, if I'm not correct, did you say tonight the roof slope is consistent with development standards as presented in the amended?
Yes, as proposed, as approved by the Planning Commission, it does comply with our city's guidelines.
Okay. And I think a couple of other questions were answered for me tonight. The changes that were made were not made because of cost of materials. It was made because of the unavailability of materials?
That is correct.
Thank you. No further questions to ask tonight.
Well, I do have a couple of comments and observations. It is very important to me that anyone, when they are asked to comply with a request from council, does so to the best of their ability, understanding that I am not an expert architect. There are things that I don't know that I learn. I've learned a lot since I've been on council from our staff and from other architects. But it is also important to note that, like the rest of the council members have said, the aesthetics are very important to all of us that live here. The fact that you complied with everything that you could possibly comply with is important. And I appreciate that personally.
Thank you.
And it is frustrating. On a personal level, I think all of us have run into things that we anticipated being able to do and found out we're not able to accomplish these things in different areas. And so it's understandable. I do appreciate you working with our staff, and I appreciate our planning commission's work on this also. And so at this time, if there's no further questions or discussion, do I have a motion on this item?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion as detailed in the staff report that we adopt the resolution approving the design review amendment for the Vineyard Academy.
Okay, we have a first.
A second.
And a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is unanimous. The item moves. Now we will move back to item C1 in our public hearings. While we're waiting for staff to reposition themselves, because I messed everything up earlier as far as their prep, we will be moving into item C1, which is a call for review of the Planning Commission's action regarding Wendy's Restaurant. And I'll give Sarah an opportunity to land and recombobulate here for a moment. And that's the official, the new term, legal term, recombobulate. Sarah Uweiler.
I know it's a mouthful.
Is that, did I say it?
Uweiler.
Uweiler.
You got
okay,
it.
Just like it looks. We'll present, Sarah.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. Let me catch my breath for a second. Good evening, Council. Before you tonight, as mentioned, is a call for review of a conditional use permit CUP 22-007 to operate a drive-through restaurant known as Wendy's and the associated design review to construct a 2,316 square foot building on a 0.93 acre infill site located on the corner of East Sand Creek Road and Stony Creek Drive. The project site is the last vacant parcel of the Scortino Ranch Phase 2 commercial development, which is currently under construction with Chipotle, Starbucks, Panda Express, and Denny's. The site is located at the corner of Sand Creek Road and Stony Creek Drive with direct access off of Stony Creek Drive. Access can be gained off via a driveway on Sand Creek Road between Denny's and Panda Express, as well as off of Brentwood Boulevard between Grocery Outlet and Chipotle. The site is somewhat constrained in regards to the site layout, as the curb, gutter, sidewalk, driveway off Stony Creek and bioretention are already constructed with the site improvements for the rest of the center. Staff worked closely with the applicant to ensure that the drive-through queuing is kept on site by requiring that the entrance to the drive-through that reads, by requiring striping at the entrance of the drive-through that reads "Do not block" and signage to be placed directly on the drive-through, signage to be placed directing the drive-through traffic not to queue onto the street, but rather to queue through the parking lot through a drive aisle. The project has a general plan designation as plan development subarea 55. The land use category identifies areas where master plan developments have been approved and entitled, and site-specific zoning has been established. The PD land use designation is considered the zoning that is in place for the subject parcel. The intent of the zoning designation is to permit and regulate the phased development of an area known as Scortino Ranch, which encompasses roughly 65 acres and is divided into 6 different subareas as shown on the screen. The site is located within Subarea 1, as mentioned, and is designated for commercial, retail, and office uses. It is important to note a full-service sit-down restaurant is a permitted use, while drive-through restaurants are limited to 1 by right per commercial sub-area there. So there's the 2 commercial sub-areas. So 1 is allowed by right in each sub-area. Any additional must require and obtain approval of a conditional use permit. The previously granted approvals for Scortino Ranch included 1 by right drive-through and authorized 2 additional CUPs. To provide some background, the Scortino Ranch project dates back to the late 2000s when an environmental impact report, general plan amendment, and rezone were all approved to accommodate an entire Scortino Ranch project, which included residential and commercial development. In 2015, an initial study and an addendum, a rezone to amend the PD 55 development standards, and a vesting tentative subdivision map for 331 homes were approved. In the subsequent years, the Planning Commission approved 2 design review applications for the development of the single-family homes. And on October 20th, 2020, the Planning Commission approved Design Review 20-004, which was for a subdivision. I apologize. On October 20th, 2020, the Planning Commission approved a design review application for grocery outlet. And in August of 2021, the Planning Commission approved the subdivision of 3.7 acres of the subarea 1 into 5 parcels, as well as a design review for the development of the 4 parcels for Starbucks, Panda Express, Chipotle, and Denny's. On May 2nd, 2023, the Planning Commission approved a conditional use permit for the requested Wendy's drive-thru via a 3-2 vote and approved the design review application for the construction of Wendy's restaurants and site improvements. On May 3rd, 2023, the Planning Commission approval was called for review by a council member. As mentioned, the project includes the design review and CUP for the Wendy's restaurant and drive-through operations. Wendy's proposes to employ roughly 40 employees total, with approximately 9 on site at a time. The proposed dining room hours of operation are from 9 a.m. until 10 p.m. with drive-through hours from 6:30 a.m. till 1 a.m. The chart on the screen depicts the adjacent approved Scortino Ranch uses and their proposed hours of operation. It is important to note that these hours were requested by the businesses themselves and are not mandated by the zoning district and adjust slightly over time once the businesses may open up. The Scortino Ranch design guidelines does require delivery hours for commercial uses within 100 feet of residential zones to be between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. daily. While this is an existing requirement for the Scortino Ranch, in which the applicant is required and has agreed to comply with, and also has included it as a condition in their agreements with the tenants, the council may further decide to add a condition of approval to reiterate this requirement, which may read, for example, delivery hours for the project shall be limited till from 7 a.m. till 10 p.m. daily per the Scortino Ranch design guidelines. In addition to the city's commercial design guidelines, PD 55 is also subject to its own regulations known as the Scortino Ranch design guidelines, in which the spirit of design implementation to a given site plan is the primary goal. The project is consistent with the guidelines in many ways, as the parking is located behind the building, away from the arterial street, and the site is connected to adjacent parcels with clear vehicular travel through the center. Staff has worked with the applicant to ensure corporate architecture has been modified to incorporate the character of the other buildings on site. Lastly, the drive-through would be adequately screened in the same fashion as the previously approved drive-throughs with a screen wall and decorative trellis elements. The following slide provides a summary of the required development standards for the PD sub-area 1 and demonstrates that Wendy's proposed building will be in compliance with the proposed standards. The focus of the staff report tonight for tonight's meeting and the comments and concerns which were discussed at the May 2nd meeting for the Planning Commission. These concerns consist of circulation and traffic, which were discussed in detail with staff and the applicant prior to the Planning Commission meeting and resulted in signage and striping to ensure drive-through queuing is kept on site. The Planning Commission added a condition of approval requiring that a stop sign be installed on site for cars traveling north to aid in directing cars not to block the driveway, as well as reducing the speed of travel. The Planning Commission also added a condition of approval to install a speed bump on site near the driveway to further slow cars when exiting toward the adjacent residential development. The number of existing drive-through restaurants was discussed, and both the Planning Commission's staff report and the City Council report before you tonight explains that the PD 55 zoning designation allows for one drive-through restaurant by right and requires any additional drive-throughs, such as Wendy's, to obtain a conditional use permit. It is important to note that there is no limit to the number of conditional use permits that may be requested and granted. Let's go. Odor concerns were also discussed regarding the porta potties that were on site. These porta potties are temporary in nature and will be removed at the completion of the project. Sorry, I went too far there. Since the Planning Commission meeting, property owner also explained that there were landscaping and mulching that was going on adjacent to the site at the time of the Planning Commission meeting, and the odors from this work has since dissipated. The plan development entails performance standards, which specifies that emissions and odors shall not be detectable at the property lines. Further noise concerns associated with the speaker box were discussed. However, a noise study was conducted and concluded that the project noise levels do not exceed the city's noise limits identified in the general plan. And then lastly, deliveries were also discussed as mentioned earlier. The Scortina Ranch Design Guidelines stipulates that the deliveries may occur between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. And delivery vehicles are prohibited from using the driveway off Stony Creek Drive due to the proximity to residential uses. Further, the applicant has noted that Wendy's typically only has two deliveries per week, which is, unusual compared to like Grocery Outlet and some of the other adjacent tenants. Given that the project complies with and is consistent with this general plan, zoning and design guidelines, staff recommends the City Council adopt the resolutions approving the conditional use permit and design review entitlements as they were originally approved by the Planning Commission. If the call for review results in project approval with additional or revised conditions of approval imposed by the council would formally approve by adopting the council resolutions that include the additional or revised conditions of approval. Alternatively, if the call for review results in project denial, the council would provide staff for the findings for the denial, and the item would return to council at a subsequent meeting to formally deny the project through the adoption of a resolution memorializing those findings. At this time, that concludes staff's presentation. I'm available for any questions, as is the property owner, Sam Thomas, and the representative for Wendy's, Josh Thomason, on behalf of Wendy's. So thank you. If you have any questions, I'm available.
Do we have any clarifying questions of staff?
Yeah, I have some questions. I watched the planning review meeting, and there was a gentleman from Wendy's who said in the meeting that circulation is just going to be a problem, right? Like, that's what was said in the meeting. So kind of like, we know it's going to be a problem. Since the Planning Commission till now, has there been any discussion about any other improvements that we might be able to do around circulation?
We've discussed with the applicant reiterating the requirements from the planning commission meeting, such as a speed bump and the stop sign. I do also have our traffic engineer, Steve Cursivan here, who can maybe assist with a little bit more detailed information, but at this point, we haven't changed or modified the design or anything since the planning commission meeting.
Okay, so Steve, when I look at places like the McDonald's right down the street, and I actually go to the Wendy's a lot on Lone Tree, probably once a week, and that drive-through comes around, makes a U-turn, almost hits the exit of the car wash, and then we have to like shimmy over to go parallel to the drive-through, and then cars are coming in and out in front of cars trying to cross. How do we stop that from happening where they're going to put the lines? Because I do eat Wendy's a lot, and drink their strawberry lemonade.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. The way you stop that is we're designing it in 2023, not in 2004 or 5, and your concerns are very valid. I had those concerns from the day I saw this project. What we have done is we have included signing and striping so that to the best of our ability, we preclude any vehicles backing out onto Stony Creek or onto Sand Creek. My job at the end of the day, in my opinion, is to ensure that the public streets are not affected. I think the comment they made regarding Wendy's and any congestion is limited to inside the parking lot. And I don't know how far back in history you want to go, but when this first came to us and I saw 4 buildings with 4 drive-throughs, no, that's not gonna,
I'm sorry,
we're not
Steve,
gonna do
could you
that.
put the microphone a little closer to?
Closer?
Closer to your mouth, yes.
Absolutely.
You can move
I've
it up.
never had
if you
anybody
can-
say they can't hear
You
me.
can move it up.
That's good. First thing for everything. Anyway, so we've worked with them. I am fairly certain that what we are showing here today will work. You have to remember, you have 5 uses in there that have 5 distinct different times of being at their peak. Starbucks and Denny's are on one end of the spectrum. Chipotle, Panda, and Wendy's are a lunchtime thing. So I don't think we're ever going to have a situation where all 5 drive-thrus are at peak capacity. At the end of the day, I feel secure that what we've designed will work, mainly because if it doesn't, if they call you, you call me. And I get enough calls all day. I really don't want any more calls. So I think we have designed something that will work. I fully understand
Yeah.
your
But
situation.
let's talk about In-N-Out, right? In-N-Out is, and it doesn't compare to In-N-Out. Sorry, Wendy's, sorry. But I mean, it's a little different. But basically, they tell us, I mean, it's inside. Like you said, we can't do anything inside and we're the ones that get the calls. No one's going to call the landlord. They call your council people to complain.
Let's look at In-N-Out. In-N-Out had a problem that was backing up onto Canada Valley and out onto Lone Tree Way. Someone from the city and the traffic department got with them and redesigned it. And although I understand there are still concerns, but there's no more traffic on Lone Tree Way or Canada Valley. So
But my thing is there's still concerns. That comment right there is what scares me.
correct. They didn't fix it exactly like Mr. Cursivan told them to, but that's fine. And Darren Gale and I are working with them on coming. But I get what you're saying.
Yeah. Because they'll tell us to go pound sand, right? It's not on the street, so bye.
Right, you're talking about a Wendy's that's going to get between 250 to 300 cars a day versus In-N-Out, which gets 250 to 300 cars an hour.
But even comparing it to the In-N-Out on Lone Tree, I'm telling you, I go parallel to that car wash to get into the Wendy's. So it is a long line. It's not short at the Wendy's on Lone Tree.
Correct, but it's not out on the Lone Tree Way.
Yeah, but it still creates problems backing up into that car wash and going parallel to the car wash, because then you have these cars that are like, who goes? And there's no stop signs, no nothing. And it gets, and people get road rage inside, especially when they're hungry.
And I am hopeful that the cross-hatching and the sign that indicates, please don't wait here and work your way through the parking lot will resolve that issue.
Okay, so here's my question for Katie. We always hear, okay, if it's not working, you can pull the CUP, you can pull the CUP. How hard or easy is it to pull a CUP if we get a lot of complaints about the traffic inside the parking lot?
Through the mayor, as Mr. Kursavan indicated, the city's main concern in the area in which we regulate is whether or not this is impacting city streets. So if it's causing a mess in the parking lot, that's not really the city's to regulate at that point. If it's impacting city streets, if it's impacting the use of the sidewalks, because you've got cars queuing through there, then yes, the council or the planning commission could call it back up. But if it's within their own private property, then that's not on our radar.
But I can make a decision not to approve this if I think it's going to cause chaos inside a parking lot before it's caused.
I don't think the council wants me providing legal advice on the dais, so I'm going to sidestep that one for now.
Because they blame us for the in and out. I mean, I hear about it all the time. So even though it's not our problem, it's our problem. If it wasn't our problem, we wouldn't have spent staff time and money to go in and try to fix it. Like you said, you guys work on it, right? We do spend staff time and money to try to resolve these issues on circulation inside.
I understand, and I guess I would point you to the criteria for issuing the use permit and ask you to have a look at whether your concerns are tied to those criteria, because those are really the rules of the road for this particular application, right?
Okay. So then my next question is around sound. Who did the sound study? Anyone here do the sound study?
That would be me.
Okay. So how long, I'm getting an echo. How long was it only 10 minutes that you studied the sound?
So the field data, that was a 10-minute measurement taken in the evening, which is typically the quietest time of day during the Wendy's operation, just to give a representation of what's the lowest ambient we can compare to represent what the highest impact of the project site might be.
So I guess, so you did a study when it's the quietest. What is it at the loudest?
So I am comparing the loudest operational noise that Wendy's can make, and I'm comparing that to the quietest background level that the area currently makes, basically. So that shows the highest potential impact.
Okay, and that was pretty close to our guidelines and at a few of the blips. When you do the sound study, when you go through a drive-through, you have your radio on, you're talking loud into a box. How did you measure all of that, the ordering, and how many decibels did that come at?
So our reference measurement, we took at a drive-through restaurant. I believe it was a Whataburger, and that's what we used as the reference for the speaker box. And then for the cars, we have all of the cars. It's as if the queue is completely full, and they are all idling at the same time.
And all with music at the same time. So all of these cars would be idling and playing music simultaneously, and we still were below the city standards?
We don't explicitly have music. What we did was representative of the reference measurements we took at a typical drive-through restaurant. There were a few cars that had music, some that didn't, just kind of representative of what you would typically see at a drive-through.
Okay. Another question about the deliveries. What is the circulation? I don't know who knows about the deliveries. What route are they going to take in and out to make sure they don't get on Stony Creek? Who has mapped that out and is going to provide that to your vendor? And can you put up the map of the?
Yeah, let me pull it up really quick. Mhm.
Sarah, please.
Hold on 1 second, Margaret.
Condition number 7.
Did you want me to pull up the conditions of approval, or did you want me to pull
No,
up the map?
the map
Okay,
that you showed in your presentation and your PowerPoint is fine.
Oh, just from the PowerPoint?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that.
And while she's pulling up, just condition number 7 says site access for truck deliveries is not permitted off of Stony Creek Drive.
Yeah, so I just want to understand how they're going to get in and out and then what does the communication look like with your vendors on that to make sure they don't do it?
Right, so we will communicate that with them, but they will either enter off of Sand Creek between Panda and Denny's, or enter off Brentwood Boulevard between Chipotle and Grocery Outlet. And then they will be able to circulate the parcel and exit out of either one of those. Well, they would exit out of Brentwood Boulevard.
So when they exit off to Sand Creek, they're going to have to go down and make a U-turn?
They would have to exit at Brentwood Boulevard.
So they're going to be, okay, and how do you hold them to that?
That's communication, and they will be delivering while we are there, so we can ensure that they take those exit routes.
Okay, and will you have extra staff outside when the queue gets long to make sure that they're not blocking that? Because I drove it last night and it's tight. It's really tight. So how are we going to make sure people don't stand in, with their cars in that one section to block traffic?
Yeah, we will definitely have staff out there, especially at the beginning during opening, to ensure that customers understand that is not an entrance to the drive-thru and they need to circulate through the parcel to the drive aisle.
Okay, so I saw the planter, because you have one planter that's already completed on one side. I can't remember what restaurant it was, but I think, is there any way, because I am concerned about the noise. I think we're gonna get stuck with the Sienna issue again. We just had a noise issue with another development. And have you thought about building a wall instead of just that planter? That planter's just, 4 feet high? I can't remember how high, but it's not that high. And then it's open. And those houses are really close. So what do we do if the sound gets too long from the cars that are outside and the people talking and all that?
I mean, that's why we did the sound study, just to see what would be the greatest impact to that operation. We would, if noise becomes an issue, especially during the evening hours, we would be open to addressing those concerns.
Okay, and then a question for staff. If the PD says 10, why are we looking at anything open after 10 near a residential area?
Sure, thank you for the question. So the plan development it says 10 p.m. for the deliveries to end, but it doesn't stipulate hours of operations for the business. The past and previously approved businesses such as Starbucks.
I think the EIR said 10. I can look for it.
Okay.
I believe the EIR, it said hours of operation 10 p.m.
Okay. I can look into that further as well. I know it's not in the plan development regulations, but I can take a look at the EIR offline in a second and see if that has any stipulations regarding that.
Yeah, because it's right next to a house, and the order box, I believe, is over on that side, right? The Stony Creek side. Is there any way to move that box over to Sand Creek?
Yeah, so the applicant might be able to answer this a little bit more, but a previous iteration did show it on Sand Creek, but they had to change the design of the building to help facilitate the circulation patterns a little bit better. With that being said, I don't know if they can, and I would defer to the applicant, but I don't know if they can move the speaker box closer to the ordering window or the pickup window, because that would basically shorten their length of time to prepare meals. So therefore queuing and a backup might occur quicker than if they had more spacing for cars to basically park in between ordering and picking up your meal. But I can have Sam or Josh answer that one a little bit clearer.
Yeah, and then my last one is about lighting. The lighting in the packet said 1 to 7 foot candle, but the PD says, it says direct and indirect illumination from the source of light shall not cause illumination to exceed 1 foot candle. But we're allowing 7 foot illumination.
Okay, so let me take a look at that as well. Margaret, would you mind stopping my screen for a second? Let me take a look at a couple things. And then maybe Josh or Sam can answer about moving the speaker box, if that's a possibility, while I look that up.
Box. Yeah, part of the problem with moving that speaker box towards the window is it does create queuing problems, right? Because there's not enough time between ordering and picking up to prepare that food in a timely fashion. So it actually, a little counterintuitive, where it will actually cause further queuing issues.
So then the issue is, do we make it too loud for the residents or do we upset your queuing?
Well, I think with the sounds, at least with the sound study, the noise should not affect residential, at least within city guidelines.
And I think it did blip up on a 10-minute study, so I do foresee there being problems. And I guess my question to Katie is, if this is approved and it goes over our decibels that we have on our city guidelines, regardless of the study, if it ends up going over, who's responsible? Are they responsible for fixing it, or are we responsible for fixing it?
So the applicant would be responsible for ensuring that the use does comply with our requirements. And so if after the building was in operation and we received complaints and there was a noise study done by a qualified acoustic engineer and it was determined that they exceeded our allowable thresholds, then the CUP could be called up for review to determine if additional measures were necessary, such as new conditions of approval to address those noise issues to bring them back within acceptable levels.
So would it, because I ultimately think you're going to go over the levels. I've stood there yesterday and listened to cars. I think you're going to go over at some point. I think a 10-minute study is probably too short. They should have done a longer one in a more similar location of what's going to happen here. But so if it gets over, how hard would it be for you to move that ordering box at a later date? Because that might be what it comes to.
Yeah, I mean, I think just envisioning the site plan, I think the other problem moving the speaker box is it gets to the corner of the building and the drive aisle. So space may end up being an issue right there on that pinch, if that makes sense. So I would have to look at that in further detail on how easy it would be to move.
Okay, I'll let them ask more questions.
If you could answer one question for me really quickly. There are different ways to address the speaker box concern. I know that you've heard a lot about in and out tonight, and I'm not trying to be facetious, but there are hours that in and out sometimes has a personnel out front and they're not using the speaker box significantly quieter. Is that an option that you would consider if the concerns that Councilmember Mendoza did arise?
Yes, definitely. We're looking at that in a few spots. So if that is something that will help with the concern, we would definitely consider doing that.
Okay, thank you. That was all my questions. Any further questions? Vice Mayor?
Oh, go ahead. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry.
Didn't see the light. My first question is actually for staff. What other commercial developments with fast food drive-thrus in the city are this close to residential?
Hi.
Hi.
Just if I may go back really quick, just to
Sure.
the
Yeah.
lighting answer. So I was taking a look at the PD standards, and it does have information regarding illumination of parking facilities, but it doesn't talk about foot candles in the PD that I saw. So I'm not sure if you could maybe provide me where you were looking, but it does say that has to be cut off or full cut off fixtures with maximum height of 25 feet to the light source. But I don't see the foot candles is in our other section, which is the parking lot requirements, and that talks about the 1 to 7.
Any operation or activity producing glare should be performed within a completely enclosed building and conducted so that the direct and indirect illumination from the source of light on the lot shall not cause illumination of excess of 1 foot candled when measured at the lot line. That's in the PD, I believe, is where I copied that
Yeah, I see where you're
from.
saying now, under B2, under the performance standards.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, because I was looking it up a little bit further where it's E2 under other development standards, which says illumination of parking facilities and structures. But I believe the B2, that seems to indicate any operation producing glare. I'm not sure that that's actually intended for light fixtures per se, but I'm not sure how we've interpreted that in the past, and I could try to look at some other examples to see.
Can I clarify? The 1 foot candle at lot line is the relevant standard there for that particular B2. So that's dealing with light spillover onto adjacent properties, right? So that's as low as the light level can get, still be safe, but not have glare or light spill over onto adjacent properties. So that's what that lot line standard is. So you can have interior lighting that has higher foot candles than that. It's gradient, right? So it doesn't have 7 foot candles at the lot line. It needs to grade down to 1% at the lot line according to photometric plans. So that's what the at lot line is referring to.
And there's going to be no glare onto the neighbors at all that we know of. That's more than that at the lot line.
Yeah, so our photometric plan, I don't know if we have an exhibit of that shows that we're not going to exceed
Yeah, I
those
saw
levels.
the map. I just wanted to double check.
Yeah, so that's not 1 foot candle across the entire property because that would be too dim. So it's a gradient.
And that's something that we can also verify at the building permit stage. When they submit their cut sheets and everything for the information, they should include photometrics as well. So we have a plan with these, this document, but with the construction documents, if things change a little bit, we can also make sure we verify that during that time. And then I believe I owe another answer to Councilmember Meyer. As far as the locations of other drive-throughs, we do have, there's most of them are in a lot of commercial centers, but we do have Taco Bell and KFC on Brentwood Boulevard, which is adjacent to residential, although there is a parcel in between that's vacant. I did talk with our community enrichment department today to see if we've received any concerns for noise or anything like that. We actually haven't received any that they could recall at all for any drive-throughs at this time, but I did do a little bit of research this afternoon to see if we had some information on that.
What would be the distance if that parcel wasn't empty? What would be the distance between the fast food drive-through and the residential?
Let me measure that.
In comparison.
Okay, let me measure that really quick if you don't mind.
And I also, along the same lines, what are the end times for those drive-throughs?
So those two, the KFC and the Taco Bell pre-existed the current specific plan in that area, although they do have a conditional use permit from, I believe it was the 80s for both of those uses. It doesn't stipulate any hours of operation, unfortunately, but those online, when I researched it, Taco Bell seems to be open until 3 o'clock on most days, 3 a.m., and then 4 on the weekends.
Okay. And then the other question I have, and if you could find out the other part, that would be great. Thank you. The other question is, if we're talking about delivery trucks, I know we're talking about this happening twice a week, and we're looking at some times potentially, but if we're looking at routes for delivery trucks coming in for all of the different businesses within that area, that complex, how do we route things so that there isn't a conflict?
Yeah, I believe there, as part of the original approval for the other drive-throughs, there is more of a circulation plan that I believe showed some of their traffic and truck patterns. I think that might be something we can condition as well with our traffic engineer to review prior to issuance of building permits or occupancy, something along those lines. But at least we can have a plan submitted to us on file, and Steve can take a look at it.
Okay, thanks. That's all my questions for now.
And I think the space, not a measurement, is like a Dollar Tree. I mean, the Dollar General is the parcel, huge space there in the parking lot between the KFC and the Taco Bell, whatever that measures out to. But I had asked questions about those restaurants, specifically as to the time of their hours of operation. And my main concern more is with the deliveries, being a parent when you're rushing to school in the morning. I think we had two different things in the presentation. There was this hours of that to 10 p.m., whereas the applicant at the meeting said, oh, we can do it between, I think it was 12 a.m. and 8 a.m., which would be a preferred hour times. So I wanted to ask, can we make that a condition of our approval that the deliveries only occur between 12 a.m. and 8 a.m. versus that, even though I think it says the Scorantino Ranch is a 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. daily?
So with a conditional use permit, the council is not at liberty to set aside the requirements of the ordinance. So you would be bound by the ordinance's timelines in that regard.
Okay, and then to Mr. Corsovan, am I hearing you correctly that there will not be any deliveries on any public streets? The trucks won't be able to park there and load from those public streets? Every delivery will happen in the parking lot?
Trucks can use the public streets as access. They cannot park on the public streets and off-haul their deliveries into the parking lot. They will pull into the parking lot, deliver, and then leave. One thing you may want to remember is the drivers of these trucks don't want to be stuck in school traffic any more than anybody else. So they're going to very quickly figure out what their best time is to get in and out. I'm not saying don't put a limit on it, but I don't know any truck driver in the world who wants to be at the intersection of American Avenue and Balfour Road at 8 o'clock in the morning. So they will adapt their deliveries to fit not only what fits us, but what fits them as well. Just one thing to remember.
Okay, and I asked that specifically because there was a driver who was delivering something by the schools during pickup hour, and it put everything off for hours at Adams Middle. So they have occasionally done it. We had someone complain recently about, or talk about Amazon package deliveries and the lighting from the delivery trucks and that came for the city. There was another thing that came up about the speed bump. I just wanted to know where the placement of the speed bump will go.
Can I go on record as saying that wasn't my idea? I get what they're trying to accomplish, and by all means, I've talked to the applicant about it. I'm not trying to jeopardize the project. The speed bump, if we're going to place it, needs to be placed in the parking lot and not on a public street. Here's my concern. You don't put speed bumps in parking lots that serve drinks to go, because sooner or later, someone's going to be wearing that drink. They're going to pop out of the cup holder. So if it were up to me, and again, I don't want to preclude what the Planning Commission did, I would eliminate that request. A speed bump, we're talking about a parking lot. They're not going 110 miles an hour. They're going 4 miles an hour. So I don't really see the need for a speed bump. My recommendation, if that's something that everyone has their heart set on and is convinced that it will work, I would recommend what is called a speed table, which is more of a pedestrian related item. We have 2 of them on Fairview Avenue at Empress, and I would put that across the opening where the stop sign is, so that if a pedestrian wants to walk across that opening, they're elevated, and it also forces the vehicle to go over the top, but it's flat and it shouldn't cause as much of a jolt. That would be my recommendation. This is what happens when the traffic engineer can't get into the Planning Commission meeting because of technical difficulties.
So the bump would be where in a speed table? Is that the thing that's kind of slanted up and then has a square top?
It would
where
go
you slow down
across the opening as a speed table so the pedestrians could walk across it. And I'll work with them to design it. That's not a problem. The city has a standard on what those look like. That would be my recommendation if your hearts are all set on a speed bump.
But the speed bump location, again, as it was suggested in the Planning Commission meeting, can you tell us where that suggestion, where the placement
My
would be at?
understanding that was as you were coming up the parking lot prior to turning right onto Stony Creek. I really don't see the benefit. We're talking about a vehicle that is either going to head straight into the drive-thru at 2 miles per hour or going to take a 90-degree turn to a stop sign also at 2 to 5 miles per hour. So I don't see the need for the speed bump. But I don't want the project to go down the drain because Mr. Kursovan said the speed bump's a bad idea. I just think we can work around it. And quite frankly, if the 5 of you decided that we don't see the need, I would agree with you, and I don't see the need either.
Through the mayor, the speed bump was, the speed bump from the Planning Commission condition of approval was intended to be for the exiting vehicles. So it would be, it was going to be worked out with Steve as far as specific location, but it's intended for the exiting vehicles near where the do not block hash mark area is, so that the exiting vehicles wouldn't take that turn too quick out onto the residential road.
Okay, thank you.
And then I have the information regarding the distance from the homes. So it's about 275 feet from Taco Bell to the adjacent residential property through that vacant parcel, and then it's about 75 feet. Again, these are really rough estimates, just using Google Maps. 75 feet from where the drive-through would be to the adjacent parcel across Stony Creek for Wendy's. And I do want to make a note that it's slightly unique in the fact that the residential home that's on the corner of Stony Creek and Sand Creek there does have a masonry wall, which, you know, a lot of the homes here in town just have good neighbor wood fences. So this has a little bit more sound protection in the fact that it already does have a masonry wall that exists there. And then additionally, there'll be the 4-foot screen wall that would also buffer some sound along the drive-through.
Can you clarify how high that masonry wall is?
On the residential property? I can guesstimate. It looks like it's about probably 6 feet. I don't think it's much taller than that.
Okay, thank you.
But there is, I drove by it and there is a lot of windows above that are not covered by it. So their windows are right there. They're gonna look out onto the ordering box.
Yeah, the home is a 2-story home on that corner.
Do you have any more? I won't. So I found the EIR comment about 10 p.m. It's 4.1-1, compatibility with existing or planned surrounding land use. Prior to the approval of any permitted use involving the sale of alcohol as the primary means of business, convenience store, bars, nightclubs, liquor stores, drive-thrus, or hours of operation beyond 10 p.m., the applicant shall be required to prepare a plan detailing the operational and security-related characteristics of the proposed use. So did we get a security plan for anything after 10 if they're going to have a drive-through?
I don't have a security plan on file. I know that was something that was conditioned with a grocery outlet as far as having like cameras and things like that. So we can add that as a condition of approval if needed, work with the police department as part of the submittals for the building division and building permits to get that information. But the conditional use permit process does allow for them to extend the hours of operation if we can make the findings to do so.
So wait, I'm sorry, can you repeat your last sentence?
Yeah, so that the 10 p.m., the conditional use permit process does allow for the hours to be extended past 10 p.m. There's not the EIR talks about the hours being till 10 p.m., but if there's additional hours requested, they can go through review through the noise study and information provided to the community development director as far as a security plan to help ensure that 10 p.m. and later hours don't conflict with surrounding businesses and residential units.
So I have a question about that. So if they're proposing past 10, when this is coming to us today, why doesn't it come with a security plan today? Because we have to make a decision, and it would be nice to have all of the information in front of us to make that decision. So right now it looks like there's no security plan and no one knew about the security plan and no one was going to bring it up. And I guess that's where I'm a little frustrated right now. I feel like there's things we're missing, and that leads me to wonder, like, what else are we missing?
Through the mayor, just a quick process issue. Sarah, I don't know if you can clarify whether or not the project was sent to the police department for their review, and if they identified any further need for any additional security measures during that review, or if it was anticipated that that review would take place at a later time in the process.
It was sent to them through our internal review process. I didn't receive any additional comments from them regarding concerns or requests for additional materials. But again, I can definitely work with them behind and after through the building permit process to gain whatever materials we need.
And through the chair, if I could further add on to that. So yes, I sent your frustration. We didn't necessarily miss it, but what we did was look at the grocery outlet approvals. They are putting in cameras at the intersection that will cover the whole site. We did meet with police department as a standard when we route the applications. The mitigation measures is pretty broadly worded, so security plan. It doesn't give us a lot of parameters on specifically what that is. So we felt we did look at security. If you feel that's deficient, that's certainly within your, that is certainly within your purview to either require more or kick it back. But we did look at security. It just, we don't have something labeled a security plan. So I don't want to give the impression that we ignored it or whiffed it, but we did it in the way that we did.
Are there any further clarifying questions of staff or the applicant right now? If not, then at this time I will open the public hearing, and we will open public comment or open for the applicant according to our process. Margaret, I'll turn it to you.
This is the time to comment on agenda item C1. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the form provided on the counter at the back of the chambers. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. The applicant will be called first and will be given 10 minutes. Remaining speakers are limited to 5 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And we received no written public comments on this item prior to the meeting. And if the applicant would like to speak first.
Brian, members of the City Council, my name is Steve Thomas, the original developer with Newland Communities that developed the entire 65 acres, and very pleased to be here tonight before you. And Mrs. Mendoza, I think there's been some concern over noise, and one of the things that we did along that Stony Creek edge there is we built a berm, and I think hearing your concerns, I think would be prudent to add a 3 or 4 foot tall wall on top of that. The cars are, you know, anywhere from this tall to this tall if it's a truck where the window is, and I think a 3 or 4 foot decorative wall to match the other walls that we've done there would you know, mitigate the concerns that you might have. Am I not talking right in? There, thank you.
Thank you.
Did you hear that? So anyway, we're pleased to be here, and we look forward to moving it forward. It's been 17 years, and this is the last parcel. It's a beautiful project out there, and for the city, and I think it'll be a good use for the property. So if there's any questions of me, I'm here.
Are there any questions of the applicant right now at this time? No. Thank you, Mr. Thomas.
All right, thank you.
I have no speaker cards in person for this item. I do have 3 hands raised in Zoom. I'll call on Danny Dorman. And I'll just note that the applicant had 8 minutes and 45 seconds left of their time. Mr. Dorman, go ahead.
Great. Thank you again. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm hearing a lot of shoulds, maybes, consider. Those are very flexible. And more often than not, it winds up being, we should do it, but we won't. Oh, we considered it, but no. It's interesting that one of the comments about the placement of the ordering box will throw off the pace. I don't remember the exact term, but the thing is, it has nothing to do with pace. It has everything to do with profit. The more cars that get through there, the faster amount of time will help their bottom line. And we shouldn't have to make a decision on anyone's bottom line. I've been torn about this. I first suggested that just don't put in a drive-through. Now, I don't know if that can be part of the conditional use. There are restaurants that don't have drive-throughs, so it's not a precedent setter. I think that will mitigate a lot of the issues, particularly sound, if people have to park and go in and get a meal or go in and sit down and get a meal. Now, the talk about sounds. We just had a very contentious couple of meetings about a sound wall and why it's just not in there as a, yes, you need this wall. I mean, above everything else, because I don't think in this case, and correct me if I'm wrong, city staff, I don't think the neighbors signed any type of, hey, there may be a drive-through coming your way in the future, or that same excuse that was used for Highway 4. So I'm going to assume that they didn't, because boy, I know I wouldn't have bought a house there in that area with all the other junk that's already there. So be that as it may, putting up a wall, an actual wall, won't have to worry about 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the road and having a circumstance similar to what we just experienced. If they want it, let them do it under our conditions. It is our conditional use, not their conditional use. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one additional hand raised in Zoom. I'll call on Carolina Villaseca. Carolina, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. So one of the things that I was thinking is, why didn't they do the sound study for the noise of the restaurant and the drive-through at the existing Wendy's, since that one is similar to the one they're going to build in this very tight development? You would have seen cars with music, cars without music at all times during the day. I will caution you that McDonald's across the street, you do get traffic onto Sand Creek, because there are people coming down Brentwood Boulevard who make the left to pull right into the parking lot. And if that drive-through is backed up, they have to sit there on Sand Creek and people have to go around. The mess of in and out, that parking lot is now a mess. There are cones everywhere and people are still cutting through. You have near misses all the time. So saying, well, it's not the city's issue. It may not be the city's issue because it's a private parking lot, but trying to get in and out is really, really difficult. If you want to go in and sit down and eat, you have to make you have to go all the way down by Marshall's and then come around and wade through traffic. And what is happening now is that the other restaurants that are there, like that delicious Thai restaurant right at the corner, people are not being able to park there to get to that restaurant. They have to park like across because of all the in and out traffic. So that area was very badly planned. That restaurant shouldn't have gone there. The In-N-Out restaurant, not that the Thai restaurant is delicious, it can stay. So I'm just concerned because you have restaurants with drive-throughs, restaurants that are sit down, and I get that they're different hours, but obviously the applicant is not familiar with how Brentwood people drive through parking lots and drive-throughs when they are hungry, like Council Member Mendoza said. I would urge the police department to take a closer look at this and just take a look at what the potential issues are going to be with those drive-throughs at the different times. I know the overflow parking is for grocery outlet for people who want to walk and eat. And that grocery outlet is aware of this and they have agreed that their parking lot is going to be overflow. I would have never designed the project this way. This is a really poorly designed project where you're putting all those restaurants in that really tiny space. We have so much space in Brentwood where we could have spread these out and used other land in a more traffic friendly way than trying to put all those restaurants together in one cluster. I hope BPD gets ready for the traffic. Thank you.
Thank you. I have an additional hand raised. It's somebody on a Galaxy A03S. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to know why we're having the same restaurants that are on Lone Tree Way being put in the shopping center. Couldn't it be a little more versatile, something that we didn't have? I mean, we have all this on the other side, and yet we're going to have it again on Brentwood Boulevard. It would be kind of nice to have a little mixture of something we don't have rather than something we do have, like doubles and triples. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, we will close public comments. And before we go, and before I ask for a motion to close the public hearing, could we have staff address some of the limitations that the city council has regarding this item that this recent caller had, his question regarding selection of Who's there, who's not there?
I'm actually going to look across the room at either Director Morris or Ms. Weiler.
I might look across the room at economic development.
So the city has no control over the use that can go into any of these. Obviously, your city's economic development department works closely with some of our property owners. On this one, we did not work with them and say, hey, Wendy's would be, the perfect user for this space. I will tell you just as I hear from people that live on that side of town, they're very excited about the addition of these type of restaurants being closer to them so that they don't have to drive outside of our city to be able to support a restaurant. So the city has no say in the specific use of, be it tenant, I should say, thank you, not use, the tenant in a building. But we continue to work with property owners to try to attract new businesses that we currently don't have here. And like I said, I've heard often that people are excited about all the new tenants that are coming to this location.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
If I may, over here.
Yes, Chief.
If I may, sir, regarding the security, the police department is part of the design review team that meets staff review. We look at each project. We look at it through security, through environmental design, way businesses are situated on properties. And to that respect, this project with Grocery Outlet was conditioned to put in license plate reader Vigilon cameras that are similar to the ones we use here at the city. So any vehicle that is going in or out of that property their license plates are captured on those cameras, which we have access to. And then each individual business typically nowadays has high definition security systems that cover their drive-throughs, their interior and portions of their exterior. So that is the process we go through when the projects come up. Our staff is involved in the early stages of all of these projects.
So do we have a list of everything they're going to do? Like what cameras are they going to get and all that good stuff?
I haven't seen that yet, but I'm assuming that it's part of the plans that come through later on.
Okay, thank you.
I was also told that the sound engineer had potentially raised his hand for a comment on one of the questions. If it's okay with council, we can hear from him as well. Or, I'm sorry, I don't have my screen up for that.
Thank you. I wanted to clarify a couple of things. One comment made was that the project was close to the limits, and it's actually the ambient noise level, so the existing noise environment in that area that was close to exceeding the limits. The actual project itself is about 6 decibels away from exceeding those limits. And so there is still a good deal of wiggle room here on getting close to exceeding these. The 1 decibel increase is not perceptible because it's lower than the Wendy's noise level is lower than the noise level of the traffic, and that includes at night. And the nighttime model does assume a full drive-through, which isn't typical. It includes the speaker box going constantly for the entire time. Again, not typical. So I just wanted to make those clarifications as they came up in comments. Thank you.
Can I ask her a question? So Claire, can you guarantee that this is not going to go over our city standards for noise?
I can say based on my experience, I have never had a drive-through project exceed city standards. And I have had drive-through projects in California that have been this close to residences before. And I've never had a circumstance where the noise has been an issue.
Okay, so you've never had one, but can you guarantee this one that we have to approve tonight will not go over city standards?
I mean, definitely the speaker box, the idling cars, it is not going to exceed the city standards.
Okay, thank you.
If all 17 cars turned their music all the way up, rolled down all their windows and started screaming, Yeah, I think there could be very unlikely scenarios where it could exceed, but no, I don't really see a reasonable situation in which this would exceed the city code.
Okay, that's actually what I was taking everything into account, all of the cars, the noise that exists, the noise that Wendy's will add, the noise that the cars will have, the noise that the voices out of the cars, the noise of the music and the engines and all of that. That's my concern. It's not just Wendy's on its own. It's everything that's going to happen because of the Wendy's.
So this does include typical usage. Like, yes, some music going, yeah, talking the entire time and idling cars the entire time. Abnormal usage isn't considered, and for every car to have their windows rolled down and blasting music, that would be rather abnormal. It's also something that wouldn't likely happen for the duration of an hour, which the code is based on an hour average for the, and that's what my model is too. It's an hourly average of the whole site.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your clarifications. And at this time, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is unanimous. Okay, is there any council discussion on this item? Councilmember
I
Mendoza?
have concerns over the noise. I think that I can't get a guarantee that it's not going to go over. I went over and walked that yesterday, and there is windows, like, so at night, if it's warm and you want to open your windows, you're going to be serenaded by people ordering their Wendy's dinner. And I think it's going to, I mean, we all hear my voice, it's naturally loud. So the thing about the Taco Bell and the KFC is their ordering boxes are closer to Brentwood Boulevard. That's why I asked if an option would be to move the box over to Sand Creek, because I think that would be a better position to not impact the neighbors. But right now, I also have concerns about the traffic, and I get it. Once it's inside the parking lot, it's not the city's legal responsibility, but we're supposed to make decisions to make quality of life better. And if that parking lot is a mess, then I don't feel like I'm doing my job. So I have real big concerns about the noise and the traffic. Also, considering just, you know, last time we were told they would be delivering at midnight. I don't think anyone wants anyone rolling up and rolling down doors and delivering at midnight, you know, what is it, 75 feet from their house. I don't think it should be open past 10 if it's something we do. I mean, 10 o'clock is our sound, like in our noise ordinance laws in town. So let's keep it with the Wendy's if we're going to do that and ask them to move the box. I do think traffic's going to be a problem, but I don't know how to get around that. I think we're going to have another, you know, McDonald's and In-N-Out issue. And when we go ask them to do something, we can't legally require them to do anything. And those are big concerns for me.
My concerns are definitely the proximity to the residents in comparison with Taco Bell and KFC, of course. I am also concerned about the deliveries. I'm not clear on why we would have preferred midnight to 8 a.m. And I know that there was planning commission discussion around the commute starting around 8 a.m., which I don't think is accurate. I don't know how you get rid of or mitigate what that would look like if all the trucks were there at the same time, but I also don't see midnight to 8 a.m. with the residents being that close as being something that's feasible. If we do vote as a body to approve a drive-through, I definitely would prefer 10 p.m. because it's the same as all the other restaurants there too, and I think that makes more sense if we do that. And I think, like I said, I would still like to look at what the delivery trucks hours could be to avoid that middle of the night noise that we know would be a problem.
Well,
Thanks.
doesn't it say 10 p.m. per the PD? Or yeah, they can't deliver past 10 anyway, even though they desire to do past 10.
Yeah. Okay.
It's my well, it states that the delivery hours are 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. So that is the limit. And I agree. If I'm living there at midnight, I don't want the sound of the backing up truck and the moving. I totally understand that. I agree with that. But that concern is mitigated already. I have gone out to the site 3 different times at 3 different hours. I went at 10 o'clock in the morning and stayed for an hour doing phone calls and work. I went at 2 o'clock in the morning, coming back into town from a meeting, and I sat there for about 45 minutes at 2 a.m. And then I went at noon and sat in the 7-Eleven parking lot, got fuel, and sat there for about 20 minutes just to get an idea of the difference of the sound. 2 o'clock in the morning, that 7-Eleven is very busy at 2 o'clock in the morning. I was shocked at how busy it was. There are usually people standing around vehicles, young people, and Gen Zers, I guess. I don't know what they call the new generation. But when I was there were probably 10 to 15 young people sitting around doing nothing but hanging out around their cars at 2 in the morning at 7-Eleven parking lot. One of them came up to me and offered to give me a custom wash on my truck while I was sitting there. Gave him his card. Young man, I don't know what I did with the card, but if he ever comes across this, call me at the city and I'll be happy to let you do a custom wash on my truck at your normal prices. But it was just there was a little bit of a buzz of activity at 2 o'clock. There was a lot of, and that was my main concern. These early quiet hours that a lot of people expect to be asleep at that time, and hopefully the newborns are letting them sleep at that time if they have them in their house. So anyway, that having been there, there's not a time right now before we have these drive-throughs that there's not significant ambient sound for 2 o'clock in the morning at that corner. So I don't believe personally that there's going, even with the drive-through shut at what hours, council might determine it to be closed. I feel that if there is concern with the speaker box, the applicant said that they would be able to address that several different ways. I know from personal experience that Taco Bell has done the same thing there at night, where they've had people going through the drive-through like myself. Again, I'm up a lot, out driving around, coming back into town late hours. For a good bit of time, they had people in their drive-through as well. I don't know what the reason was, if it was flow or speaker box or whatever. But I'm personally convinced that the applicant wants to be a good partner with the city and the residents. No business wants the neighbors angry, because that affects business. And in Brentwood, if you have angry neighbors, then you have an angry neighborhood very quickly. Then you have an angry community, and then you have a very unhappy council. We want our families happy, and we want our businesses successful. So the noise from the speaker box, I believe that they can address if it becomes an issue. The traffic, I agree. It's going to be a tight space. As far as the speed table, again, I'm not the traffic expert. If only we had one in the city that would give us his opinion. If our traffic expert says that there's no reasonable need for a speed bump, I believe it. I've poured drinks on myself going over speed bumps in other communities. Not happy with that. And So if council thinks that we should have a table instead, then, I'll go with the, Mr. Kursvan's recommendation as the expert. But as far as this business is concerned, late at night, during the day, there was no discernible difference. It's a loud corner. There's a lot of traffic there. There's a lot of businesses there. I've talked to quite a few of the neighbors in the area that are thrilled that the grocery outlet's there. And they are very, very happy that there's a 7-Eleven that they can bicycle to whenever they need to do that. And I did have 2 of them complain that we didn't have a particular fast food restaurant at that corner, that it isn't there because we don't have one. It was an Arby's, just to throw that out there for economic development. And they wanted an Arby's there or something else. But I've had quite a few of the families that live in that area happy, like has been said earlier, that they don't have to go across town or out into Antioch to have access to fast food.
Can I ask you a question about,
please.
I think when you were at the 7-Eleven, it's just about what he said. When you were at the 7-Eleven, are those kids near homes or is it like farther away from homes?
They were actually over against the wall, parked toward the exit and
So not-
hanging out against the wall. So they were closer to the homes than further away from them.
Okay. And I just want to see if that was, because that's, I think, my only concern is just the noise at night.
Sure. No, they were parked along the Sand Creek Boulevard.
Okay.
And hanging out against the walls also.
Thank you.
Councilmember.
Thank you. Yes, I'm one of those residents. This is my district. I live not too far from this location. I'm excited not to drive across town to have more fast food. I will admit that there's 3 fast food restaurants already on that area, that the KFC and the Taco Bell and the Jack in the Box, all of which I have to say that the Taco Bell that stays open late does have quite a bit of traffic. I haven't seen the noise level, but it is a much further distance from the homes than with this restaurant. Additionally, I wanted to ask if the staff know on that corner, directly across from the grocery outlet, there is going to be an ice cream parlor. Does anyone know the operational hours for that location? I think the same one is like La Mission or.
We do not know what the proposed hours are for that location.
Okay, thank you. But I have to agree with our mayor. I've been living in that area. The gas station is highly trafficked. There are people who go in the parking lot there who hang out, and I don't see a serious noise concern. Having said that, most of the locations that they access are not as close to homes. So also, I think one of the points is validly taken that Council Member Mendoza brought up. When you come out of the Wendy's, I've actually almost had someone hit my car at the Lone Tree one about 2 times who are coming from the gas station around. And so I don't know if that will help the exiting traffic from the drive-through, not having a speed bump or having a speed bump or having the pedestrian crossing, if that will help with that, especially since we're having a Denny's that's going to be right there with people pulling into parking spaces. So those are the kind of like that's one of the bigger concerns for me is, and I know we can't control the access there, but since it was a condition with the Planning Commission, I think it's one that I considered a good condition to keep in place.
Vice Mayor?
Can we also clarify, we were talking briefly about a circulation plan for delivery trucks?
Sure. I would like to defer maybe to Steve Kursavan, our traffic engineer, on that one to see if we have one, because I wasn't involved with the grocery outlet and the other 4 tenants. But if we may have one in place for that, and if not, we can, considering our applicant here is also the property owner of and manager of the center, we can work with him on getting a plan for everyone.
What's the question specifically?
The question is, do we need a circulation plan for the delivery trucks to make sure that all of them don't come at the same time in the same entrances and exits?
Difficult question to answer. What we do have is an an overlay of the project that shows that there are adequate space for the trucks to get in and get out. One of the things when we developed this site, if you recall, was we modified purposely the intersection at Technology Way in Brentwood to add a fourth leg so that they're not all forced to go out to Sand Creek. They can actually get in and out and get onto Brentwood Boulevard, which is the truck route. At the end, as far as 5 uses and a grocery store all living in harmony with deliveries, good luck. They're going to have to work it out. I don't know if there's a one overlaying management company for the entire center. I know grocery stores are probably getting multiple deliveries per day, whereas Wendy's getting 2. I think the best answer I can give you is they're going to work it out because they don't want to get in each other's way. And it may just be a matter of getting the managers from all these 5 restaurants to get on the same page to say, you take your deliveries this day, we'll take our deliveries those other days. We're going through this tremendous problem with Amazon right now, and we've worked it out, and we're going to get it fixed. I'm pretty certain we can do the same thing here.
Thank you.
Also, the applicant had mentioned on his own will to build a sound wall there as well. I think that was very generous, and I think that would probably alleviate some of the concern if that was to be part of the condition.
I'd like to make a motion if there's no,
Is there any further?
Yes, the applicant. So how do you feel about what we've talked about, like the 10 o'clock closing, moving that ordering box, and you already added the sound wall? How do you feel about those things? I don't know who I would ask, if it's you or all of you. Are those something you can work with?
We can definitely look at speaker box placement. We can look at the sound wall is not a problem if we want to continue that onto Stony Creek. Those 2 aren't going to be an issue. As far as hours of operation, we would definitely like to stay open till 1 a.m.
Yeah, I just, the 1 a.m. is where I get it that we're hanging out at the 7-Eleven, but it's like, it's just so close. And I don't think I could support a 1 a.m. I don't think it's fair to the residents knowing that kids are going to be hanging out. And I don't mind the kids hanging out. I honestly don't. They hang out in and out. I don't mind. But if we're going to allow them, which is what we're doing, we're allowing them to hang out by doing this. We know it's going to be an attractive nuisance per se. Then they're going to talk. They're going to have their music on. I mean, it's just, and I think 10 p.m. would be the best. Especially because we haven't seen a security plan. Like, we don't have anything for after 10 p.m., which, the EIR says they should have. And I think 1 a.m. is way too long. And especially when it was originally supposed to only be 1 drive-through. And now we've given 2 additional CUPs, and now this would be in the 3rd. So, I mean, I don't know.
I have a question for you. Is there a way to address the speaker box noise, say, for the last 2 hours, if you're open till 1 from 10 or 3 with personnel? Is that something that is, I know that these might be unusual questions, but that drive-through is pretty close to some houses. And should you be open at 1? I understand also, and I guess for full disclosure, more than 30 years ago, I was an employee of Dave Co. in Annapolis, Maryland, flipping burgers for Wendy's. I don't think I have any problems now. I don't think that $4 an hour job that escalated to $4.10 an hour after several months is going to change. But I know that, as an industry, the fast food industry has training that is company-wide. And so sometimes it's more difficult for each individual restaurant to change some of those processes, which is why I was saying what I was. Is there a possibility that should we agree to to the hours of operation to be up to 1 o'clock, that from 10 o'clock on, it could be managed with personnel outside instead of the speaker box.
So what is this? Yeah, what is the specs on doing the sound wall? I think that would mitigate noise more, because the one thing that does pop up is having someone outside the restaurant late at night, right, for security reasons. So yeah, it may mitigate some noise, but having an employee outside at 11 p.m. That's typically why we close our dining rooms at 10, for security reasons.
But didn't we say we were going to need a person outside anyway to deal with the traffic? So at some point or another, you're going to need people outside if the traffic is getting out of control anyway.
Well, we don't anticipate traffic at night to be the problem, right? We would anticipate lunch, dinner to be the real traffic, and that is fine having an employee outside mitigating any traffic issues.
Well, as a dad, I understand that concern. If I had a teenager, young person working, I'm not sure that I would be in support of them standing outside at night. The sound wall is something that.
But a teen can't work past 10 p.m., right?
I haven't had a teenager in some time. So,
a 19-year-old, right?
But
could be out there.
Yeah, so that answered my question. Thank you.
And I'd like to say, I think there's been a lot of talk about some really good mitigation measures to take care of a lot of the issues that we've addressed. But the things I'm stuck on, the thing I should say is the 10 o'clock versus 1 a.m. And it's not just because of noise, but because of lights, because of the traffic and the rest of it. So I'm still stuck on the time as well.
Can I ask a clarifying question of staff? Can we, if we do make a motion to adopt the resolution, can we add a conditional use permit, condition of that adoption that the applicant will increase the sound wall size as they stated they could today?
So you have two resolutions in front of you. The first is the conditional use permit. We would not add that condition to the first resolution, the CUP. Rather, we would suggest adding that to the second item, which is the design review. Unless Director Morris has different thoughts, it seems to be appropriate that it would be added as a new condition, either 25 or 26.
And also, can we add the condition of the creation of a circulation plan for deliveries?
Yes, we can. And by that, I assume you mean a proposed truck delivery route to and from the site?
Yes.
You could do that. That would also be appropriate to add to the design review item. I've kept track of the items that the potential condition changes that you've been discussing. And if we get to that point, you want me to share my screen, I can do that for your consideration.
That would be great if you can share the screen whenever we get to the motion making. Yeah, thank you.
I do have a question regarding the speed bump, speed table conversation. It's my feeling that if Mr. Kurtzman feels like it is not necessary, then it isn't necessary. But, conversation from council would be greatly appreciated.
One last thing. I think, do you remember that the city denied a drive-through on Balfour where the Willie's Bagels is because of the noise? And they said a drive-through was too close. And I think it was farther away than this drive-through. So I guess, it's come up before, I guess, is my thing, is we have denied drive-throughs near homes, and that was one of them. So.
Yeah, I was just gonna add maybe a solution to the noise is we can have them order at the window past a certain time, right? So then the speaker box is bypassed.
I think that's a pretty elegant solution. It's almost as.
Oh, sorry. So after a certain time, we would have them bypass the speaker box and order at the window to eliminate that noise.
It's almost as if you run a business like this. That's. Thank you. I think that would answer my concerns. If there's no more conversation or discussion, do we have a motion at this time?
I'd like to make a motion, but I would like for our Assistant City Attorney to please put that on the screen again. So, as detailed in the staff report, I move to adopt the resolution approving the design review for Wendy's with the following additional conditions of approval. The site access for trucks deliveries is not permitted on or off Stony Creek Drive. Delivery hours for Wendy's are permitted only between 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. daily per the Socortino Ranch design guidelines. Prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy, permittee shall submit a proposed delivery truck route to and from the site for review and approval by the city engineer or his or her designee. Permittee shall submit plans for a masonry wall of up to 4 feet to add to the berm along Stony Creek Drive between Sand Creek Road and the site delivery on Stony Creek Drive. Said wall will be subject to the review and approval of the city engineer or his or her designee and must be constructed by permittee prior to the issuance of a building permit.
And with your indulgence, you might just ask the staff if I've captured these in a way that's practical for them to implement. This was my best effort, but they know better.
What she said.
I would want to confer with the city engineer on the timing of number 26, being prior to issuance of building permit.
And I do still have a question regarding this motion for the speed bump.
So yes, if you wanted to address this, you could include this in the design review. And I'm sorry, I didn't capture that.
So that again would be removal of the conditions that were put in by Planning Commission. No speed bump would be necessary.
I can pull that up and find out what number the existing conditions are.
If that works for you, Councilmember Pearson.
It does, thank you.
Okay, we have a first.
I'll second.
We have a second. All in favor, aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
Okay. The item moves.
Mayor, could we take a 5-minute bio break?
We have a second.
Oh, shoot.
Ye-
That first.
ye-
and then
Yes,
we'll
we
do the
can,
break.
and then we'll do, so do I have another motion?
Through the mayor, you'll notice there is a blank here for the council to decide after what hour you would want users of the drive-through to order at the window and not at the speaker box. So we'll look for the council to provide that direction. Thank you.
I would prefer 10 o'clock personally.
If whoever's making the motion wants to add that, we're happy to jot it down.
Okay. I make the motion that we add additional conditions of approval that the drive-through operation shall be restricted to the daytime hours of 6:30 a.m. to 1 a.m. daily with dining room hours of 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. After 10 p.m., drive-through users shall order at the window and the speaker box will not be used. Should the operator desire to allow use of the drive-through outside of these hours, a request shall be submitted for the review and approval of the Community Development Director.
So you've made a motion to include that condition. I don't know if you were wanting to move approval of the entire conditional use permit with that additional condition, and if you wanted to consider the change to condition number 12 as well.
Clarify that again for me, I'm sorry.
Forgive me. The motion that I heard from you was to add the additional language to condition of approval number 8. Did you also want to move to approve the entire conditional use permit with these additions, including the changes to number 8 and number 12 as shown on the screen?
That would be correct, and being sure that this will continue with the striping that was suggested, but not the speed bump, correct?
Thank you. I think we've covered that in the design review permit.
Okay, that would be correct.
Okay, we have a first,
I'll second.
second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No.
Okay, the item moves. Okay, at this time, we will take a 5-minute recess. Okay. We are now going to reconvene from our recess, moving into item D2. This next item is the award of the 2023-24 Economic Development Grants and a contribution to Light Up the Night. And Abraham Salinas.
Mr. Mayor, before Mr.
Yes.
Salinas gives his presentation, I'm going to have to recuse myself. I'm going to have to recuse myself from this component. I may have a potential conflict of interest as one of the applicants is a client with my business that I partially own and operate, as well as a vendor to some of the applicants as presented in the application. So I'm going to leave the room and recuse myself.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Abraham Salinas. I am a senior analyst with the city's Economic Development Division. I'm excited to have the opportunity to meet with you today. In this presentation, we'll be discussing the proposed awards for the 2023-2024 Economic Development Grant Program. Our discussion will be covering some background and the history of the business license tax, the fiscal year 2023-2024 competitive grant cycle, and the proposed grant awards for this year's program year, and the next steps moving forward. So prior to 2002, the city allocated 20% of the business tax revenue to the City of Brentwood Chamber of Commerce. This was about a $12,000 annual allocation to the chamber. Then in 2002, Brentwood voted to amend the city's business tax certificate ordinance, setting aside 20% of the business license tax collected for economic development purposes, as well as promotion of the city as an institution. Since 2004, the Economic Development Grant Program has awarded approximately $2.6 million in grants. This has helped drive a lot of economic development activities and promotion of Brentwood through that time. So following guidance received from the Land Use and Development Committee, the City Council and City Council approval, staff released the updated Economic Development Grant Guidelines and Application. Program materials were made accessible on the city's website and promoted through various channels, including the city's social media platforms, Brentwood Press, and direct email communication. Then on March 20th, staff conducted a community workshop at the Brentwood Community Center. The workshop consisted of a 30-minute presentation, which provided an overview of the program, its history, and the updated guidelines and application. Additionally, staff held a virtual workshop on March 23rd via Zoom in order to accommodate a wider audience. A recording of the virtual event was made available on the city's website and YouTube channel for those unable to attend. Staff was readily available to meet either in person or via Zoom with anyone who required assistance. The grant application window opened on March 20th and staff began accepting applications. The deadline to submit applications was on April 17th, giving applicants 4 weeks to complete their application and submit. For this year's competitive grants, there's 176,744 available for allocation. Staff received 17 applications with grant funding requests amounting to approximately $308,000. After application window closed on April 17th, a staff committee comprising of the Assistant City Manager, Economic Development Manager, and Senior Analysts thoroughly reviewed the submitted applications, checked them for their eligibility and completeness, and determined funding recommendations. The staff committee thoughtfully considered each application when determining the recommended award amounts, as grant funds are extremely limited. After a robust discussion and analysis with the Land Use and Development Committee, we have recommended that the City Council award economic development grant funds to organizations, projects, and events detailed on this slide. The remaining are on the next slide. And the existing budget in the general fund for the 75th anniversary celebration is providing additional $5,000 for Light Up the Night 4th of July event for a total of $16,000 for that specific event. These are the remaining recommended funding awards. Sorry. Totaling to $176,744 for this year's competitive grants. Staff respectfully requests that the City Council consider the proposed funding recommendations, then provide guidance and directions to staff regarding the final approval of the grant awards. Staff will then notify the applicants of their final award decision. That concludes my presentation, and I can be available to answer any questions.
Are there any clarifying questions of staff at this time? Okay, seeing no clarifying questions, we will go to public comment. Margaret?
This is the time to comment on item D2. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the form provided at the counter at the back of the chambers. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. The remaining speakers will be given 5 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I have 3 speaker cards in person and then 3 hands raised. We'll start with Tanya Avilas.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for your time. I'd like to thank the City Council and the Land Use Development Commission for recommending the award Celebrating Brentwood, the $1,500 to help with our cause. Celebrating Brentwood is an award ceremony that is put on by the Chamber of Commerce, but is not for the Chamber itself. It is to celebrate the citizens of Brentwood who have gone above and beyond for the betterment of our city, and to give thanks to the people who have worked so hard to give back to our community. This is their well-deserved day to shine. Celebrating Brentwood is a celebration that's open to everyone. We'll be honoring a diverse group of notable individuals and businesses such as Business of the Year, Nonprofit of the Year, Employee of the Year, Youth of the Year, Citizen of the Year, and Startup Business of the Year. The Brentwood Chamber of Commerce is working especially hard this year to make sure to spread the news of this event and to encourage as many people to participate in this year's voting process as possible, and to attend this event so that we can celebrate all the winners and nominees that have made such a difference in our community. And while we've never asked for money in previous years due to the increase of costs in supplies and services, without extra funding from the leaders of our community, we might not be able to reach such a broader target as we're hoping. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Denise Duran, followed by Tony Aguilar. Sure, Tony can go first.
Hello, Council. Hello, Mayor Bryant. So my name is Tony Aguilar. I'm a director with the Brentwood Chamber of Commerce, and I am the chair of La Gran Fiesta. For 2023, this will be the 2nd annual event. During my application, my total budget for this event is $31,000. I requested for the city with the economic development grant for $19,000. And the reasoning for the $19,000 compared to the $31,000 budget is for entertainment purposes. 2022 was a successful event. La Gran Fiesta, to give you a backstory, is to celebrate Hispanic culture in Brentwood. Being raised in East County, I come from a Latino family. My father being from El Salvador, my mother being Mexican. We traveled to, if it was either Oakland or San Jose or Stockton, to be able to celebrate our Hispanic culture. So I wanted to bring something to our community, to our locals, to my family, to my son and his classmates. 2022 was not just an event for Mexican families. This is for all Latino Hispanic traditions, cultures. So for 2023, this grant, going over and beyond to be able to exceed what we provided last year. We are looking for this grant to be able to provide a stage, sound, and live band. So I have an invoice, I have a proposal that the invoice is $8,923 for a stage and sound to be put in our event, and a live band to be $3,000. With this grant of $9,000 that was recommended by city staff, would be able to provide and take this event to the next level. This event, we bring performers, we bring food vendors from different nationalities and different backgrounds. We provide a car show. We have a kid zone. Last year, the kid zone was completely free, where the children made custom piñatas, papel picado, artwork, face painting, and it is an event that I want to invite the community and everybody who is listening to this. I'm a young business owner here in the city of Brentwood, and I do not get paid for this, and the Chamber of Commerce does not get paid for this. This comes from volunteering. Sorry that I get emotional, because I feel that there's a lot of pushback from some individuals with some of the commentary that is made, and especially on February during the Land and Usage Committee, where City Council Mendoza said you felt like you were culturally appropriated because you said that 30% of my vendors were only going to be Latino. For 2022, if I'm not including Brentwood PD that was there, the Marines Recruit Depot, East County, East Contra Costa Historical Society, and some of the bigger corporations, only one vendor was non-Latino. And I'm happy for them to be able to be a part of our event, and I invite non-Latinos to also apply that want to celebrate our traditions, our culture. And I want to tell you that it is false that you said that I was only going to accept 30% of my vendors. Another comment during February Land and Usage was the Chamber of Commerce does not represent the Latino community, so is this a fake event? And I want to say this is not a fake event. We represent the business community. So when we have 30, 40 businesses participating, we are giving them a platform to be able to showcase their traditions that they may practice at home, but also get in front of the Latino community. We expect to hit about 5,000 individuals this year for our event, and I would love a stage so our performers as young as 4 years old be able to dance in front of their grandparents and be able to bring a band or live entertainment so I can go out to the community and get businesses to support my idea. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Denise Duran.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Denise Duran. I am the current president for 2023 of the Brentwood Chamber of Commerce. And it is amazing to think about how fast this year is going and that I'm almost at the halfway mark. As a director for Brentwood's Chamber, I was able to learn so much about what happens behind the curtain of events and all the T's and I's that need to be dotted and crossed in order to put on events for this community. The community as a whole loves hometown Halloween. They love the holiday parade. It brings everybody together. It gives businesses an opportunity to do floats for the holiday parade, as well as outside the city as well. And these are really visible. And these events very much support the mission of Brentwood to create visibility. Well, then I started understanding that the events, not necessarily designed for families, but events and programs that are generated, facilitated, and run that connect our business community also take place through the Brentwood Chamber of Commerce. The Power Network, the ribbon cutting ceremonies, the mixers, and the additional programs that the chamber hosts to help our local businesses build their businesses through education, like our mastermind group, the Lunch and Learns, business community inclusion, and youth events. All of these are designed to up-level, uplift, and engage our city's small businesses while connecting to larger companies with resources for growth. That's all part of what a healthy chamber can do in conjunction with the city. This past month, the 4th annual East Bay Expo, Business Expo and Job Fair was held at the Community Center, and the economic development grant that we received for 22-23 was instrumental in helping the chamber to promote and create a top-notch event. The reviews we received have been fantastic, and Los Vedanos College was a great connection for business owners to learn about the outreach programs they offer to retain and build their existing talent while also being able to attract new talent. This was done through the partnership of the Economic Development Grant. And we are thankful for the collaborative spirit and support of the City of Brentwood. This past week, we had 2 ribbon cuttings, the Red Door Gift Shop. I call it Brentwood's own Bretsy. It's like our own Etsy shop right here in Brentwood. Tan Republic is doing their ribbon cutting May 31st, and then another ribbon cutting at Regenerative and IV Infusion Clinic. The Chamber's events are receiving great turnout because the community is eager to welcome and meet our business owners. And to that extent, our business owners feel seen, heard, and valued when our city council and staff make the time to meet them and put faces to names. So thank you so much to our council members. Seeing you at the expo, seeing you at the ribbon cuttings and the mixers, it counts. It really very much makes a difference. And it also helps promote those funds that you're providing us with our grant submissions, that we're able to reinvest that into how we can continue to up-level the city and continue the vision. And that's what makes Brentwood so unique and special. You know, this past week, we also had Mayor Bryant's State of the City. And one of the things that Mayor Bryant said and acknowledged, both the Downtown Business Coalition as well as the Brentwood Chamber of Commerce, is that through these nonprofit organizations, we can help support and build what it is that Brentwood in and of itself is trying to build and generate, which will also help to create more opportunities that larger businesses may want to come in and say, wow, this is a great place to do business. What a great place. And we can help integrate and connect small business, agriculture, and larger corporations as well. That's what we can do collectively. So with that, I want to say thank you to my directors who are here speaking on behalf of their events. I believe in them. It's nice to see that the Economic Development Department also believes in them. And I would also ask that the City Council takes another look at La Grande Fiesta, because at the end, when there was looking for more opportunities to see where they could support the surplus, La Grande Fiesta was forgotten.
I have no additional speaker cards in person. I do have 3 hands raised in Zoom. I'll call on Ian. Ian, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Can
go
you hear
ahead.
me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Good evening, Council. For full transparency, I'm involved everywhere when it comes to this. First, let's talk from an economic standpoint. There's this theory of economics I truly believe in, and I'm sure this is what the city is following, the multiplier effect. Every dollar that goes in turns into what? Like $4. So every dollar the city gives away to boost these events that are all truly amazing, $4 are coming back to every resident of Brentwood in some sort of activity. So now I'm going to start getting to specifics. If you read through the packet, which I'm sure most of you did, if not all, the other los muertos talk to their nearby businesses after the event, which, by the way, Miguel, if you're listening, you did an amazing job on that packet. 40% increase in revenue. That is amazing. That's 40% more in sales tax, 40% more in profit, 40% more in everything. And the fact that with our Oktoberfest, I looked at that packet, we have people coming from South Bay, San Francisco, from all over to attend these events. I'm in full support of City Council giving all these events the money that they can get. Because each one of these events doesn't just promote our local economy, but also promotes Brentwood as a city. It promotes our amazing community, our amazing organizers such as the Downtown Brentwood Coalition, Azúcar, Chamber of Commerce, the Historical Society. I can go on. But this also provides these people from San Francisco, South Bay, and other parts of the Bay a new perspective into this new area of the Bay that many people don't really understand. There's so many people who never heard of Brentwood until they step here and they might be like, I want to buy a house here now. That's another way to approach this as we look at these figures and see how many outside people are attending these events and not just people who already live here. And some of these events, like the 4th of July, it's going to be amazing. Amy, I know you're in this Zoom. It's going to be an amazing event. Can't wait for it. Oktoberfest, going to be amazing. The Chamber of Commerce, amazing events. The other was mental. Everything's amazing. There's never been one that disappointed. I'm actually sad that's one of the organizers for the Chinese Culture Club at Heritage Lunar New Year Festival. We didn't apply, but we are also planning some amazing stuff. So really what I'm getting at, from perspective as a private resident, as someone who's involved in all of these different events, and as someone who listens to a lot of people in Brentwood, this is a no-brainer to approve tonight. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carrie Reiser. Carrie, go ahead.
Good evening, and thank you for your time this evening. My name is Carrie Reiser, and I am the president-elect for 2024 for the Brentwood Chamber of Commerce. First, I'd like to thank our council members and city staff who have attended our many events that we've had since your last council meeting. We appreciate your support and ask for your continued support as you discuss the grant proposals that we have brought before you this evening. One of the many goals of the Brentwood Chamber of Commerce is to give our business community opportunities to connect with the citizens of Brentwood. The many events before you tonight that we are planning are going to help us achieve this very important goal. These events will also help us in accomplishing our other goals of advocacy and education, because the success of these events will allow the Chamber to provide a variety of educational programs, such as our new diversity events, lunch and learn workshops, mastermind groups, and our biweekly Brentwood Power Network. It also will give us the opportunity to create new events and new programs that will help the business community. I am a firm believer that successful businesses are a strong indicator of a successful community. Help us to continue to help advocate and grow strong and successful businesses for the city of Brentwood. Thank you again for your consideration for our upcoming grant proposals.
Thank you. I have an additional hand raised. It's a Zoom user. Go ahead. Zoom user, go ahead.
Laptop. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
You are breaking up a little bit. We will come back to you. We'll go on to the next speaker and come back to you. Maybe you can adjust your input.
Okay.
The next speaker is Greg. Greg, go ahead.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, City Council and staff and everybody that's out there. Greg here. You know, I've been involved with this grant program since it started. I was on the original committee when the city realized they couldn't give that 20,000 or that 20% to the chamber because it would have been a huge windfall. So I'm glad that the program and the city is still giving that tax money back to the businesses. And was part of the original committee on having a scoring system and a plan in place so that the amounts of the monies that the business were getting were hopefully non-biased in any way. And I just moved on my screen here. So I don't know if it's possible to put up on the screen so everybody can see, but the grant proposal money that the staff painstakingly went through and reviewed and recommended to the council what they thought would be good, fair and equitable distribution of the funds. And I'm trying to find it on my screen so I can actually have the exact numbers, and maybe it's not possible to put that up there, but if my memory serves me correctly, a couple of events, the staff recommended that we give them a certain amount, and and I'm involved with all these groups and organizations, and some people aren't going to like that I say these things, but you know, here it is, the Oktoberfest. The staff recommended that we give them $30,000. I wish I could see this better. And I'm going to have my numbers rough. And then they were recommended for an amount, and they were by the LUD committee then given more money than what the city staff recommended. And I wish I could see that screen. And the other one was the event that Miguel does at the other event, the DeMorris event. Again, the city staff recommended that they give him some money. And it was really kind of weird because I was at that LUD meeting, how immediately one of the council members immediately pulled that event to make sure that it got talked about and that they got extra money. And so when it all shaked out at the end, 2 events got more money than what the staff recommended. In one event, which is a cultural event that ironically enough is also put on by the Brentwood Chamber of Commerce, got slashed just the same amount of money that the other 2 organizations got. And, you know, and I didn't ever really want to bring this up, but it's just becoming more and more prevalent. There's evidence that when you have a council person whose sister is on the committee of this other event, and that council person should have done what the other council person did and recuse themselves on being on this decision, since I know the law doesn't preclude a sister being somebody that would disqualify the council person okaying it, but it's also what we call the spirit of the law. So if your sister is a part of this, I don't know how you can consciously, you know, recommend that they get more money and take it away from another group that you have vocally showed lack of support for the Chamber of Commerce. So I just hope that when it goes to discussion that you go back and say, let's look at what the staff recommended, take out the politics, take out the personality, and recommend and approve what the city staff recommended. And with my last minute, I do want to reiterate what my fellow director said, and that we're getting ready for the Citizen and Celebrate Brentwood Award. I can't encourage everybody that's listening to this. You must know of a person that's done good.
Greg, I think we lost your microphone.
Scoring system based on how many people vote for that person, how many things that person did, not just the one thing, but the multiple things, and how long have they been doing that task, so that way we can pick a person, a winner, a business, a nonprofit, a youth that needs to be recognized, and have it be anything but based on the facts of what they did and who recommended them. So with that, I thank you for your time and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. The next speaker I have with a hand raised is Carolina Villaseca. Carolina, go ahead.
I wasn't going to speak on this item. I've attended just about all the celebrations that have been brought up. I would let the chamber folks know that if you're wanting funding from the city, picking fights with city council people is not a good way to go about it. Come present what you would like to get funded, and then present your results from the previous year, operate as a business, and wait for the results. I also find it highly ironic for the chamber to make the comments that they've made when they, starting in January, they started showing up for public comment only to talk about how lovely it was to have only 2 city council members show up at their event and how uplifting their presence was. Rah, rah, rah. For months, I've been sitting here listening to the one person come up at every city council meeting saying the exact same thing. Month after month, meeting after meeting. Now it's your turn to get funding, and this is what you decide to do. So I think it's like the pot calling the kettle black. It's kind of ironic. I think the important thing is to look at the draw. What draws? What events draw people? What the result is for the businesses that decide to participate? Where are the opportunities for additional businesses to participate? And what is the cost to the city? What is the wear and tear on facilities that the chamber uses for these events as well? So it's, it's a whole look at how you run a business. I hope the chamber decides to behave a little more professionally in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Amy Tilley. Amy, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I hope you can hear me okay now. This is Amy Tilley from Downtown Brentwood Coalition. I'm sorry about my unstable internet signal here, but thank you guys for being up late and going through this. Thank you to Abraham and Economic Development for all the time, all the extra time you guys put into the process this year. That was great. I think the different learning options, even for me, was really helpful because last year was the first year I'd gone through this process. So with Downtown Brentwood Coalition, last year we submitted just for one grant request for Oktoberfest, and Oktoberfest was coming back after a couple of year hiatus, and I submitted the grant request for several $1,000s less than we had submitted in previous years. And that was partially because we just were unsure. I didn't really know how many people would come. And we were pretty shocked at how many people did come. We worked really hard on the sponsorship element and were able to get a title sponsor and effectively gain sponsorship for most, I guess, expense areas that we could. And so, with that being said, I just want to mention, as you've reviewed all of the 3 submissions that I put in this year for Downtown Brentwood, in any case, the Downtown Brentwood Coalition has really worked hard to make sure that we are fundraising and getting sponsorship for the lion's share of our events. We definitely don't expect to come in and have the city provide, over and above what we'd be willing to do ourselves. And so even while I was sitting here listening, I sent off 4 sponsorship proposals, right? The work doesn't stop. You've got to just keep going for that. And I would definitely encourage even the smaller organizations. I'm available. I'm happy to help provide sponsorship support, or ideas to you guys if you're getting started with this process. But I know I only got a little time here, but I wanted to just mention that the 2 new ones that I submitted for since taking this position as the new executive director, it became clear that my goal was more economic development in downtown Brentwood. And the way we needed to do that was through some pretty aggressive maneuvers. And one of them is the We Love Local Downtown Challenge Pass. And so far it's been out for a little less than a month, I think. We've got about 1,000 downloads on it. We've got over 90 coupons on there, and about 80 businesses have participated. They're really excited. They're actually having competition amongst themselves on who's getting the most check-ins and who's getting the most customers to check in. And so it's doing exactly what it was intended to do. It's a purely economic development initiative. And so I think for that one, because it was so new and hard to explain, I think it it's taking, it took some understanding and seeing it in action before I could really work through the process of requesting support on it, because we knew it would work, but we just knew we needed to get it out there first. So that will run till November, and we're really excited about the boost it's going to give all of our businesses. And then just lastly, with the Light Up the Night drone show, we're very pleased and appreciative that the city is putting forth so much time and effort and resources into an awesome 4th of July this year with the parade, the Carnegie, and the concert. And we're just excited to complement that with the drone show and provide the families in town a reason to stick around and not go out of town. So we really want to see that economic boost during that holiday week. And we feel confident that with families having something to do and stick around, they won't be going out of town. So businesses will see a boost throughout the week, not just the day of. And also there's just an element of public safety. We feel like that's you can tack on to that. We hope to see just a reduction in people setting off their own fireworks, maybe children, dogs being a little bit happier. But we just appreciate the opportunity to talk to you guys tonight. And I know we've got some aggressive maneuvers going on, but we are 100% committed to just supporting these small businesses who are still coming back from COVID and the pandemic, and then also providing the community with just better than ever activities for them and their families. So thank you, guys.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, we will close public comments, move into council discussion.
Yeah, I'd like to clarify one thing about conflict of interest, because I don't want anyone to think so. My sister is part of Viejas del Campo, and she could have applied for many city grants. She does not. And she does it because of the conflict of interest. And she gets money from other cities to help our field workers. Second, Miguel asked her for help. And if you ask my sister for help, she'll help you. That's the way she is. So just because my sister helped at an event doesn't mean it's her event. She's actually not even involved this year. And then the third thing is, the only reason I mentioned the 30% is because that was in your application. It was, because I read it. So it was in the application. And that is the only reason I mentioned it. And I've never seen anything to the contrary from that application. So I just wanted the conflict of interest and clear that up.
Well, if we could put the list up on the screen so that we can take a look at these.
This is only 8 of the 17. Are you looking for the full list?
Well, we can start with these.
Okay.
And go through. I think it's normal.
Page 317 of the agenda.
It is page 317 of the agenda. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for always being on top of your game, even at 10:36.
It's on 2 pages of the
Okay.
of the staff report also.
Oh, thank you. So the Banner Up program.
Abraham, would you mind bringing up your spreadsheet?
Yeah, I have it up right now. I just need to get my screen shared. I can.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yep.
It'll be a
can
little
see that.
small, but this has all of the items. And then would you just close out everything but what they requested, staff recommendation,
So
and LUDs?
this. I'll just do this for now. Does that work?
I think that works.
You could make it a little bigger.
I'll try zooming in one bit. And we can always scroll up or down. Apologies, not bigger. Just 17 applications.
So the Banner Up, 10,000 staff's recommendation, so the Brentwood Car Show, Staff recommended 6. LUD recommended 3. Diwali, staff recommended 7. LUD recommended 9. Okay. Staff recommended 9. LUD recommended 7. Let's see, go down to some of these. One of the origin of this economic development grant, the criteria originally was, I believe it still is, defined by the name. It's an economic development grant. The idea is to increase the potential for economic development in our local businesses, attract events that attract people, not just from Brentwood, but outside the community as well. I was on this originally when the mayor and a council member had to sit in a room with all the applicants and face them and listen to them. And it's a hard job. This is not easy to decide who gets what. But I understand it's very, very difficult. But there are some things that clearly, in addition to bringing economic development, which I think it should be a focus, is something that, building community to me is an absolutely essential component of making a city stronger and our family stronger. I have heard at some point every single one of our council members in the past say that. And the participation in these events over the years has shown that we believe that. I know I believe it, and I believe all of our other council members believe it as well. The diversity, I know I mentioned this in the State of the City. The diversity of cultural events in our community not only celebrates the beauty of various cultures, but it allows a coming together of the whole community as a body, that we learn something about our neighbors and about their cultures. We see the beauty of it. There are very few cultural events that I've been to that aren't very colorful. There's unusually colorful, as a matter of fact. The dancers wear colorful costumes during Holi, which I don't see on here or didn't notice on here. I know Diwali is on here. There's lots of colors, and the celebration of the different dances, the different music, the different foods, the different activities. All of that's something that makes Brentwood stronger as a community, as a city. And I think that it's important for us to support cultural events, because having been to many of these events, there are a lot of people from outside of Brentwood that are there, that come in from 50 miles around, some further, that bring outside revenue in. Some of them stay overnight in our hotels or with families and spend money that wouldn't be spent here had the event not been there and been happening. So the value of these it's really hard to measure the economic benefit to it, simply because it's not just downtown that they're spending the money as well. They're visiting businesses all over the community, which is something that I want to see continue.
Can we talk about, I know one of the questions was about the Oktoberfest, that it was overfunded. versus the recommendation. And one of the reasons, so we sat here and it's hard, right? I mean, even staff said, we have way more applicants than we ever got before. So the money's gonna be spread in a different way because of that. And 35 for Oktoberfest was because the DBC makes more money off of a mom's night out. They don't make as much money off of this event, but this event is a Brentwood tradition. So if we don't fund it, it's not gonna happen. So that's why we felt like, okay, do we want this to happen for our community? And we decided, yes, we want it to happen. It brings in over 15,000 people. It's the biggest event that we have in town. So to us is like, is it worth the risk to not fund it, to not have it again? And I think we decided we as a community wanted it. It's where the most people go, if I'm not mistaken, that was the conversation. With Day of the Dead, it wasn't me who gave $22,000. I'm gonna be honest, it was not me. So I know people are assuming it was me. That wasn't me who made that call on that item. That was someone else on lead committee. So that also, from me talking to people down at the grocery outlet, down on Sand Creek, it increased business for everyone up and down Brentwood Boulevard after that event. So that's the other reason we felt that those two were the ones that increased economic development most in the area. And there's two items on here that are a little bit different. It's the We Love Brentwood, or We Love Local, and the Ready, Set, Pick. And those are two new ways of driving business, and we thought we would see how they work this year. There are two online apps, and it's two different people, and they're going to be giving us reporting. And I think you said about the We Love Local, like that was a true economic driver. Like staff suggested that one. It is the truest economic driver that you can have stats, see how it's going. So we want to see how the apps did. So that's what we did on those. And then it's just, you just have to go through and pick and cut. And, Brentwood on Ice, that's a tradition. We would love to give Brentwood on Ice $50,000, but we just can't. And, looking at historically what we've, we're looking at historically in 2018, 19, 25,000, 20,000, 25,000, then COVID, so you didn't have it for 1 year, and then 20,000, and then 23,000. So we still wanted to support it. A lot of the families in Brentwood come downtown, the kids enjoy it. So we thought that was a good economic driver as well. And we were sorry we couldn't fund $50,000 on it. But those were kind of the big ones that, unless I'm missing something else, Vice Mayor, but that's how we came up with those. I don't think we'd want to lose Oktoberfest as a city. It's the closest thing we have to Cornfest.
And I can add, if it's okay. The criteria it was a challenge. It very definitely was. It was working out this budget this way and talking everything out item by item. And again, crowds brought in, economic development brought in, who is receiving money for multiple projects and events versus just one, bringing someone new in. We had, of course, our whole list of criteria. One of the things we were not allowed to consider as a point in the point system was anything specifically cultural, because as much as we wanted to do that, that's not okay to do that. I don't know if Darren, if you wanted to explain why.
There's a state law that restricts your ability to allocate funds based upon race, religion, and you explained it well.
Yeah, so we actually did initially try to use this to bring in more cultural events to the city, but we were told you can't use that as your rating system. So there were obviously other events here that didn't get the funding they were hoping for. We were looking at duplication of events. We were looking at locations of events. There were some that we suggested, we want to give you some funding, but we would like for you to consider a different area because this area is oversaturated with this type of event. So it's definitely not as simple as it, just throwing it out there. But I would say I do stand by what we did. We did go through a very comprehensive discussion on this with the two of us, and then the committee member, Chair Roberts from the Planning Commission, with a lot of interaction and feedback from staff. There were some suggestions staff made that had us changing our minds based on how the discussion went. I think it's important to note nobody came in with a spreadsheet with all the numbers filled in already. It was all decided right then in that moment based on how the discussion unfolded.
And I think I think there's a misconception that we don't support the chamber. I mean, I don't go to ribbon cuttings. Yes, I'm not going to do that. I mean, I know you're asking for that. That's not going to happen. But we do give them a discount. They just got a bigger space in our building and they get a discount on the rent, right? So we do fund with that. And then we do buy a table at the same event that we're funding. We also buy a table. So that's funding as well. So we try to, like, how do we spread the wealth outside with other organizations as well? Because the same as they're thinking we're taking away from them, other people feel like we coddle them and we give them a lot. And why don't we give them office space? So there are other people who come in the other way. So we're trying to be fair. And I know I think people just think that we don't want to do it, but we do as a city do a lot for the chamber. And I just hope that you don't think that we do, because I mean, your space is here inside. I know okay, sorry. Okay.
Councilman Oerlemans, you.
Yeah, kind of a tough subject to join into. I wouldn't want to take money away from any of these events. I wouldn't want to, I go to almost every one of these events and I enjoy them, each and every one. We can't, or I think it's unfair to say we're going to fund, just using your words, Oktoberfest with extra money because it's a tradition in Brentwood, but we're not giving the Grand Fiesta the opportunity to become a tradition in Brentwood. If we're going to just live off of the traditions we've already made, then how are we going to change? How are we going to grow with the people when the community around us is changing, when that ethnic groups, and I know this has nothing to do with ethnicity, but when those groups begin to change within our community, the things we celebrate, the events we have should change with them. Now, I'm very confused at the conflict between the funding of the Day of the Dead and La Grande Fiesta. They're both Hispanic events. They're both amazing events. I've been to them many times. My daughter does the face painting for the police officers at the Day of the Dead. I would love to try to say that, but I'm going to butcher it, so I'm not even going to try to pronounce it. But it seems almost counterproductive to boost one and not support another one. It just seems, looking at it, having looked at this, to see a cut of nearly 50% of what staff recommended for one event. It just seems, I'm not saying it is, it seems like it could be, I don't know, sour grapes somewhere in there.
Yeah, but the Brentwood Boulevard is the reason we decided to fund the Day of the Dead the way we do. So it was economic development around Brentwood Boulevard. We don't have anything else at Brentwood. We actually were hoping to get more events on Brentwood Boulevard and like the Veterans Park area and Lone Tree. We're wanting to see more events outside of just downtown, because downtown is doing well, it's getting really healthy, but we're seeing other areas struggle. So the Day of the Dead is, we want to support Brentwood Boulevard. I mean, again, like I went into, you can talk to Lori and Greg over at Grocery Outlet. Their business was through the roof, right? It's the dollar store, they were super busy. So it really drove economic development. And that's what we looked at more than anything, is the economic development. We really didn't look at the cultural side of it. We looked at what is going to drive development in other areas that are lacking and that need more. And we said it during the meeting, like, hey, if any of you guys want to have more events outside of downtown, that would be fantastic, because as it is right now, our downtown has events every weekend. We need to start helping other sides of Brentwood that might be suffering. So that was our frame of thought around that.
Plus the applicant for the Day of the Dead applied for one grant for one event, where some of them were duplicated. Some of them were a few that for downtown or a few for chamber, that kind of thing. So it was a balance of that as well. There was a lot that went into deciding this, I can tell you. And like Councilmember Mendoza said, one of the events, we actually asked them to move it because they wanted to do it downtown. And we asked if they would consider another location so that we could build some economic development in that area as well. So that was one of the discussions we had with staff to reach back out about that.
I'm really happy to hear that a historically under-celebrated side of town gets some economic development. Brentwood Boulevard, those businesses, they're old Brentwood. They're what Brentwood has been for years. So I'm glad to see that they're seeing some boost in their revenues. I would like to consider taking some of the funding from the Oktoberfest, which would still leave over 30,000, and give the La Grande Fiesta what staff recommended from that, so that both of those events can be celebrated downtown.
I'm sorry, I mean, there's more than one way to, it doesn't all have to come from one fund. I mean, we can simply just take a small piece from several different events and move it to not only Grand Fiesta, but the only other one I noticed on here is the Brentwood Card Show is in half of what they had initially put in.
That's because it was 100% fundraiser.
It's 100%.
100% fundraiser is what they were asking to fund the entire event, because they said they're going to make, the income is $25,200. It costs $16,500 to do it. So we were looking at what events would not happen if we didn't help. That event can happen and it will still make a lot of money, and we're giving it some money.
And it was a duplicate because we
Okay,
already have.
I'm just, and I'm
Yeah.
not saying,
So
I'm just asking the
we went
question.
through, it was
I
a
just-
really
I mean,
hard.
I can only imagine it's not a simple task.
Yeah.
But there is also a different way to skin that same cat with taking small portions from several different to move money into La Grande Fiesta or anywhere else that we saw fit. And I'm not saying take all the money out of the Oktoberfest. It's an amazing event. I volunteered at Oktoberfest last year, which I won't do again, thank you very much. But it was a great event. It was a lot of fun. There was a lot of people really enjoying being down there, and there were people from all over the Bay Area. It's an amazing event. I'm not saying take all the money away from them and move it to another event. Can we take $1,000 from them and some of the other smaller groups and just move it around to make it a little more equitable and maybe start a brand new tradition in Brentwood, a brand new event in the downtown? Just a different way to skin the same cat.
Well, I like options.
So if,
So you
I
have
mean, just, and this is just, I'm not an accountant, Council Member Mendoza, so my bad. Okay. I don't work numbers. I'm traffic tickets maybe, but that's about it. But if we took, I don't know, $1,000 from a couple different groups, the Treasury, the festival, 10, maybe from the Light Up the Night drone show, Oktoberfest, We Love Local, the Brentwood Turkey Trot. I mean, there's a few that we could take some money from and move into funding a little more, or coming in line a little bit more with the staff recommendation for funding for La Grande Fiesta.
It's just, I mean, it's hard, right? Like.
It is.
Because like, who wants to be the person to tell the schools, like, you asked us for 50,000, no, that's not 50, how much did the schools ask us for, Trot?
Basically,
You know, you asked us for 31,000 and we're giving you 22. So, I mean, it's hard, it's a hard exercise. It's not easy.
It is very difficult. There's no question
And then
about it.
a lot of our criteria was like, what do we think is at risk of not happening, right? Like, what's not going to happen? And it's hard.
I would say on the Light Up the Night that we're seeing fundraising for that all over the place. And I am a little worried about that one not being able to happen if we don't fully fund that. So I'm not opposed to your considerations here. That one I'm a little nervous about touching based on how hard I'm seeing all the work coming through the Brentwood Moms, or I can't recall who's doing that with the DVC. But yeah, I mean,
What if we take $1,000 from We Love Local, $1,000 from, like, how much did we give the Expo last year? Because they did a great job this year. How much did we give them last year for? Like, what will not happen without us?
So I think at the meeting, we discussed the ice rink would not occur without funding. I also saw Mr. Gregory raise his hand. Maybe I can also help you. So, the tough part is.
He doesn't want anything? You don't want any money? Okay, so give 1,000 from Brentwood on ice and you can give it to him. So that goes down to 22,000.
So the code states that the funds have to be used for the explicit purpose of business promotion and institutional. So set aside for economic development for the explicit purpose of business promotion and institutional advertisement. All of the applications met the minimum qualifications. All of them in your economic development staffs are not true economic development projects, but they meet, that's just what we call the grant. Right, so although that's the title, they all meet the minimum qualifications. There are some that have more impact as it relates to economic development and the businesses around them. There's a couple of new theater type projects that has requested funds every single year, and they've never received any. Since they met the minimum qualifications, we put them on here as, I think the recommendation was 8,000. LUD also recommended 8,000. There's the new children's wellness fair. That'll be here right off of Walnuts. That's a new project also. Similar to Dia de los Muertos, it's in a small business sector, and obviously the surrounding businesses will benefit as a result of them bringing in, I think they thought about 1,000 folks to their event.
Wow.
We're not sure where they're all.
That was involuntary.
We're not sure how they're all going to park.
That was my concern right
this
there.
is the one they were going to park at the garage and all
That's right.
walk
And
through
walk.
downtown to get there.
Which will help downtown. That's great.
So if you were looking for some recommendation, and also while I'm speaking, just a clarification on the Light Up the Night. So the recommendation from LUD is at that 11,000. In addition to that, as part of your approval this evening, we're asking for approval to use 5,000 of our 75th anniversary funds. Anything over $1,000 as it relates to a promotional event by city policy requires city council approval. And so the total amount going to them is 16,000. And it's definitely a project, although it's the Downtown Business Coalition, it's really a project that they're working hand in hand with the city as part of our entire 4th of July, Carnegie, concerts in the park, and then the drone show. So it's a total of 16,000. Not that I'm recommending that you remove anything from that, but I just want to make sure, as you know, as part of the approval tonight, it's both the LUD grant and 5,000 from existing general fund.
Do you know how our fundraising is going? Like, are they above or below target, or do you have any insights?
I do not know exactly. No, it's going well, but I still believe that they're still looking for some additional funds. So if you were asking for some staff's recommendation to kind of help you, obviously Mr. Gregory recommended taking out 1,000. The Festival 10, a treasury of 10-minute plays. They also do receive, Bruce, do they also receive a fee waiver as it relates to the use of the community center?
I'm sorry, for which one?
That's for Ghost Light Theater Ensemble.
Yes, they do.
So they do receive, it's not a huge amount, but they do receive that. The quilt show, although it's a small amount, they also receive 3 days of a fee deferral as it relates to their project. But if you're, like I said, I'm just trying to help the council members because it sounds like you're looking for some ways to take some money. If you take 500 off of 10, you've got $5,000 to reallocate other places. But if you're trying to do something a little bit more One of them that I'd recommend is the Festival 10. The Ready, Set, Pick, we do not have any relationship with that organization. It is only we're providing them $3,000. They're truly new. It's no one we've ever met before other than through the grants application process.
Okay, I'm going to say something that people are not going to be happy with me right now. I feel like I want to help events that will not happen if we don't fund them. The chamber, you guys every year you add to your savings, right? The last time I looked at your tax returns, they were up to 100,000, like every year. So that's why for me, I don't feel like we risk it by not doing it. I guess I'm at a loss when I look at the financials. I wanted to help people that needed it and people that had the cushion that could cover it. I felt like that was okay because you've been if you pull their taxes from every single year, which anyone can do online, you'll see every year they're building their savings. And I don't know what it's for if it's not for like events and stuff. So that was part of why I went where I went, right? Like if I was like, and I asked people like, does this happen without us? Like, does it because some of these people don't have a savings for events, like it's year to year to year. So that was part of my rationale also.
Well, I would like to go with Darren's recommendation.
And then one other that I forgot to mention is Turkey Trot, amazing, great event. They gave over $30,000 to each one of the school districts, to the elementary schools, so Brentwood and then the Liberty. Those funds go to the sporting programs for the school districts that don't receive direct funding, it sounds like from the districts. So I shouldn't say that from the district. They don't receive as much support from ticket sales like football, basketball. So I think it's the track teams that receive funds and other ones. But it's over $30,000 that they give to each one of the school districts. So again, it's great. If you reduce it, it just means less money that's going to the school district to fund some of their sporting programs. And this is, when Council Member Mendoza mentioned the request from the school district, it's from a foundation that's set up of a separate board. It's not coming directly from the school district. I know that she knows that, but I just wanted to clarify so that if anyone would ask later, it's coming through a foundation.
So whatever you like to do, Mayor, we can go ahead and do it. It's just walking through our rationale of when we did what we did.
And it helps. It really does. That this, you're not closing your eyes, throwing darts and seeing where they land. That this is a very difficult
And it's going to get more difficult year after year. Like there's more people saying they're going to apply for grants. So it's going to get harder and harder the more people find out about the grants and the more businesses we get in town. It's going to happen.
So where are we with those two changes as far as the budget for the La Grande Fiesta?
So right now I had 1,000 from Brentwood on Ice and 1,000 from Festival 10.
Can I make a recommendation?
Please.
1,000 from Brentwood on Ice, 1,000 from Oktoberfest, 1,000 from the Expo, and 1,000 from Dia de los Muertos would put us at just about what they asked for.
So for me, Dia de los Muertos from 22 to 21,000. And then the Expo from 10 to 9. So that puts them at like seven.
No, it's $4,000 total. Ice, Oktoberfest, Expo, and Dia.
Oh, yeah, 7.
I didn't really want to take from the 10-minute plays. I felt like it's pretty far off from what they asked for. And I think the discussion we had, it's all about the families and the kids and the event that it was. I want to make sure we're giving Ready, Set, Pick and We Love Local the best opportunity to do exactly what they're intending to do. So that's where I was coming up with what I came up with.
I think that's pretty fair way to do it.
I think it sounds fair. It sounds, and not that it wasn't fair in the first place. I'm not saying this was a horror, I wouldn't want the job to try to do this. Thank God when I asked to get on load, you said, no, I'm not giving it up. Because I wouldn't want to do that. But it seems a little more equitable and a little easier to swallow for everybody this way.
So do we have a motion with that recommendation?
I make a motion to, who am I making a motion to? Hold on a second. That's gonna really do that. Sorry.
Page 5.
I make a motion to adopt the resolution approving the 23-24 Economic Development Grant Awards with the modifications to increase Day of the Dead and then increase the others equally. That was the Expo by 1,000, the Ready Set Pick by 1,000.
No, not Ready Set Pick.
Not Ready Set Pick?
No, it was 1,000 for Brentwood on Ice, 1,000 for Oktoberfest, 1,000 for the Business Expo, and 1,000 for Day of the Dead.
Okay, so 4,000 net going to
The
La
Gran
Gran Fiesta,
Fiesta.
and then 4,000 net coming out.
And I'll second that if it makes sense to everyone.
If I can just clarify the motion, does that motion also include the contribution to Light Up
5,000?
the Night?
Yes, it does include that 5,000.
And the second does too.
contribution to
Thank
Light
you.
Up the Night.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is unanimous. Okay. I do want to thank everyone for your participation. It literally can't be done without you. And I know it takes a lot of work, not just those that are here, but everyone that's listening, everyone that's involved in these things. You don't just wake up and show up and it just runs itself. There's a lot of planning and sacrifice and hard work. And that's one of the reasons why I love Brentwood so much, is we have awesome people willing to do that for the betterment of our community. So thank you, and thank you for the LUD Committee. I know this is hard, very difficult situation. There was often times when we were in a very small room with everyone in there that I anticipated being covered in tomatoes before I was, it got pretty tense sometimes. So thank you. This time we'll move into the next item, item D3.
And Mayor Brian, if you would wait until our council member can rejoin us.
Yes, yes, we can. Thank you. Okay, item D3 pertains to a city policy violation allegation raised by Council Member Mendoza against Council Member Oerlemans. Council Member Mendoza will present her allegation. The council may ask clarifying questions, followed by a public comment before deliberating on the allegation. Council Member Mendoza.
I was going to play the video, but I don't want to do that. That's just, it's too crazy. But we all saw what happened, right? I made a motion. Susanna, the mayor pulled some items. I made a motion. Susanna seconded. You came in and after the fact, and then the mayor slowly repeated the motion, and you and Councilwoman Pearson voted for it. And I mean, we see what happens here, right? People attack me, and I don't yell at them. I don't go off on them. And you yelled at us. You called us stupid. You called us disgusting. You went on and on. I thought, I mean, it was violent. You hit the mic. You pushed your chair away. I've never been afraid of sitting here. I was afraid that day. And it wasn't a good feeling. And I don't want to see that again. And the next meeting, I wasn't sure what to do. And when you went at it with Rod, I'm like, when is this going to stop, right? Like, what do we do? Because it sucks. It sucks when they're saying things about you. It 100% does. And it sucks when you misunderstand emotion and you vote for something you didn't think it was. But we can't have outbursts like that. And as crazy as we've gotten, and Joel and I have gone crazy before, I mean, even as a resident, I've come in, I've talked to you. Like I said, I wasn't happy with this. I don't think I yelled at you. So it's just, it was awful. I never want to feel like that again. It's concerning to me because I don't want to squash my voice because I'm afraid of you, but I am afraid of you now. And we need to correct it. It was wrong. And you came in the next meeting, you said that you had something prepared, but you weren't going to say it. Like you walked up to me at the groundbreaking to shake my hand, but I was scared, and I didn't get, and there wasn't and I'm sorry, there was nothing. And our ethics policy says, I mean, it's in the agenda packet. There's so many things that you did. If it was just one or two, it's who cares, right? Things happen, but it was a lot. And I don't want to play the video, but I mean, that's the gist of it.
Are there any clarifying questions of Council Member Mendoza at this time? Okay, seeing none, we will open public comment. Margaret?
This is the time to comment on item D3. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the form provided on the counter at the back of the chambers. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. Remarks are limited to 5 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. We did receive 2 public comments on this item prior to the meeting, and they've been posted on the city's website. I do have one speaker card in person, and I'll call on Denise Cosgrove.
Good evening. Thank you. This is my first time speaking at a city council meeting. My name is Denise Cosgrove. I am a longtime resident of Brentwood and a business owner for over 13 years.
Could you pull that mic just a little closer to your face?
Absolutely. There we go. Excuse me if I go a little off track. I'm on 4 hours of sleep. Just got done celebrating my son's graduation with a master's in DC, so it's been a long day. I've just recently started attending these city council meetings about January, February. And to be frank, I'm really saddened with the frequent personal attacks I've heard from some of the city council members, both directly and indirectly, through what can reasonably be concluded are surrogate, regular public comment speakers. I've just never seen anything like it. Council Oerlemans' response to a miscommunication during an earlier meeting may not have been appropriate. But after being witness to previous council meetings, I believe it was born of frustration, I could argue passion. As someone who self-describes as passionate, Councilwoman Mendoza, you offered no apologies in a previous council meeting for people mistaking that passion for anger or attacks. I am paraphrasing, but your response is, I am who I am, you get what you get. People know me, I'm transparent, this is it. Sorry. I believe showing a little bit of grace in this arena would go a long way. I just watched you interrupt the mayor as he was speaking about the cultural events. You hijacked it, you interrupted him. I don't know if that was part of the decorum that's allowed. You just ran with it. You took over for him. Your request, Councilmember Mendoza, of censoring Councilmember Oerlemans is overreaching and excessive. In the words of Danny Dorman, when he spoke in favor of censorship of Vice Mayor Rodriguez on November 15, 2022, he said, you have 3 choices. Take him to the woodshed, admonition, wagging the finger at him, sanction, or dig deeper, censorship. Well, we can take censorship off the table because there's nothing to dig. We all saw what happened. Sanction is based upon city council review and consideration of a written allegation of a policy violation. If there was a policy violation, I don't know what that is. It's more decorum, in my view. Admonition may be issued in response to a particular alleged action or actions that is not necessarily triggered by an allegation. This would be the only action for the council to consider and debate. I think this council needs to take a deep breath and remember you're doing the people's business and do better. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Olga Vidrielis.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I almost want to say ditto what she said because I'm tired too, but I won't. A good friend reminded me what Michelle Obama said, when they go low, you go higher. So I'm going to try to keep this as unemotional as I can. But I too am tired of the tomfoolery here. You're from East Oakland, Council Member Mendoza. Don't think for a second we think you were scared, okay? You're a tough lady. You tell us that all the time. I'm from East Oakland. I'm from East Oakland. What happened up there was not frightening at all. I am not afraid of a Council Member Oerlemans based on what he did. Come on, be real, okay? Be real. I sat back there and I watched everything that happened. I too was shocked. Now, I'm not making an excuse for him, but it's understandable, his reaction. He made a mistake. He won the election by almost 54%. We want him here. We want him here to represent the city. He's not here to be to bow down to you two because you think you've been doing things great these last 3 or 4 years. He's here because we want him here. If he had one misstep, are you okay, Councilman Pierce? Are you okay? Okay. He had one misstep. Let's move forward. He's a former police officer, he's a veteran, and he's here with 54% of the vote. We want him here. This nonsense, you're wasting our time. It's what, 11 o'clock at night that you were afraid, you want him off. Come on, let's keep this real. This nastiness here started around November, 2020. Okay, it's been going on for a while and you reap what you sow. So we need to all get our act together, be not so nasty, not so demeaning to everybody, okay? And we just need to move forward. Let's just keep this business. Nobody's scared. Nobody was afraid out here. It's all good. It's done. Let's move forward. Let's give the gentleman a break, okay? Thank you.
The next speaker is Denise.
I just need a moment to compose myself. Excuse me. Oh, wow. Okay. Nobody has a right to tell anybody how they feel. That's nobody's right. And wow, sorry. I'm just gonna look just from my heart. This is a very hard job. This is a very hard position for everybody to be in. And I think that maybe one thing that I want to touch on is everybody needs to take a nice deep breath. Because the point of the matter is we all are here really because we want to serve this community. And yeah, there's passion. And I feel like I said this earlier, maybe a few months ago when I first started. And passion can get the best of us. I think the one thing that I do take away also from the state of the city is, Mayor Bryant, one of the things you said was, this is Brentwood. We love each other here. And the first thing that crossed my mind when I heard you say that was, and do we respect each other? I think the idea of respect is an opportunity for us to, that's maybe where we can dig deep and not have preconceived notions or belief systems on anything without asking. So I ask both as a resident and as a representative of the chamber, on behalf of the business community, let's do ourselves and this community a great service and actually serve to further Mayor Bryant's statement that we love each other because we're willing to respect each other. So I hope that we can continue to work together, and let's really move forward from here. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one additional speaker in person.
I wasn't gonna come up and say anything, but Denise, that was really heartfelt, and I appreciate what you said. I wanted to come up here. I've been coming up to meetings for a while, and what's important for me to say tonight is that this podium and the speakers on Zoom, that this is a safe place to come during public comments to address the city council and staff and your neighbors and the residents of Brentwood. And I have been up here, and I know I've had friends up here and residents up here that have been interrupted and threatened and intimidated. The city manager isn't here, but I know for a fact the city manager doesn't want certain residents to come out and speak at public comments. You are our elected officials. I want this to be a safe place for me and for everyone else. And just as the public respects you and we don't speak out of turn and scream at you when you're having your discussions, I think the public deserves that same respect. And that's, I think, all that we want. So that's just what I wanted to say. Thanks.
So I have no additional speaker cards in person. I do have 7 hands raised in Zoom. I have Greg's hand raised. Greg, go ahead. Greg, can you unmute? I'll skip Greg and go to Linda Smith. Linda Smith, go ahead.
My name is Linda Smith. I'm a resident of Trilogy in Brentwood. To all the council members, this is very hard for me to speak and criticize a hardworking council member, but I feel that I must. At the April 25th meeting, I was surprised as I listened to Council Member Oerlemans lose his temper after he realized that the 2 items he wanted pulled were not part of the motion he voted for. He berated the mayor and other council members, and then left the council chambers before the recess was voted on. I have attended council meetings in many cities over 30 years, Northern and Southern California, and have never witnessed this type of behavior from an elected official. The Brentwood Ethics and Conduct Policy specifically mentions this type of conduct as unacceptable. On May 9th, Councilmember Oerlemans continually interrupted a member of the public who was at the podium speaking on an issue before the council until he was admonished by the mayor. This conduct is also prohibited by the Brentwood Ethics and Conduct Policy and the Brown Act. The members of the Marsh Creek Democratic Club were very concerned that this type of behavior was exhibited in our community by an elected official. The City Council is a nonpartisan office, and we carefully considered whether it was appropriate for us to become involved. In the end, it was decided that not to speak was tantamount to condoning this behavior, and that we would speak in opposition to this type of behavior, no matter which council member exhibited it. Therefore, we passed a motion to support admonition, sanction, or censure of Council Member Oerlemans for failing to follow the Brentwood Ethics and Conduct Policy and the Brown Act. It is our hope that Councilman Oerlemans is held accountable for his actions. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Danny Dorman. Mr. Dorman, go ahead.
Great. Thank you. Earlier, the vice mayor said it best, and I'll have to paraphrase. The decision we make today will affect the city for years to come. I wish I had the power to influence the council to do the right thing. Despite what many think, I don't. Even when I know I'm tilting at windmills, I feel it's my obligation to voice my comments. So I will instead start with saying something every military man and woman understands. You may not like the man, but you must respect the uniform. Mr. Oerlemans, as a man, oh boy, you really lost my respect. The uniform you hold of council, you disrespected that, sir. This is a temporary spot. The people before you and the people after you will have to live with the stain you put on there. And the irony is that this next Monday recognizes those who died in the service of their country. I'm afraid a similar death may appear here. And of course, I'm talking about your ramifications and repercussions. This is not about the man personally. As I said, it's about the disrespect he brought to the chair. The fact is, he hasn't even apologized. It's like nothing ever happened. Now, should it matter that Mayor Bryant should give him a pass because he's friends with the Oerlemans family for decades? No, Oerlemans' actions are not in dispute. Oerlemans not only violated 2 Brown Act statutes, which, by the way, council, since you guys didn't do anything, I will be presenting this to the DA tomorrow, regardless of what happens tonight. But he disgraced your station, your honor, Mr. Mayor, not just by jumping up and having a hissy fit, but calling you, in so many words, a liar. Should it matter to Mayor Bryant and give Oerlemans a pass because of friendship? No. Just look at Oerlemans' actions. He certainly wasn't thinking of friendship when he jumped up in a hissy fit, called you a liar, and went stomping off. And now to the former pro tem judge, whose role was literally to make decisions without bias. Should you, Councilwoman Pearson, give Oerlemans a pass because of some alliance the two of you have? As a defense attorney, probably. As a former judge and a councilwoman, absolutely not. This was indefensible. Perry Mason could not save this case. This should be a 4-1 decision. Actually, it should be unanimous if Oerlemans was just to stand up, man up, and own to his own responsibilities. If you allow these actions on the 25th and last session to go unchallenged, it will be a travesty. What will we accept next? Fist fighting? Because you've had a sitting councilman leave and come back without proper procedures and challenge a member of the audience. If that's the case, what won't be accepted? And last, Mr. Mayor, and hopefully 3 other bright, concerned for their city members of the council, you will set a precedent for every future council. I know Councilwoman Pearson likes to compare us to Antioch and Stockton, but if this goes without due punishment, they will be comparing themselves to us, and not in a good way. Thank you.
The next speaker is Ian Cohen. Ian, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so I don't even know how I'm gonna start this comment, but Tony, I trusted you. I really, really trusted you at the beginning. As a person who's so deeply involved in this community, I thought I could have trusted you. But you have proven me, sadly, so wrong at that meeting. To someone who said you're a former cop as if that means honor, I do respect all cops, but not all cops respect that honor. Use our neighbor as Antioch for an example, as we all dang know well the investigation, and look at the media all across this country for examples of that. You disrespected that uniform you held for the City of Brentwood Police Department, and you currently hold for San Francisco Police Department. You didn't just disrespect this council, but you disrespected the honor I had for you as a cop. You only really won this election because of how widespread you are. You didn't win because of your policy. You won because your opponent unfortunately didn't put in a lot of effort into his campaign when he should have. I saw your car, your Audi, it had your face on the side of it. Of course you were gonna win, because when people are voting on that ballot, they're just gonna think of the first name that comes to their mind, no matter if they're good or bad. That's the truth of it. That's even how I think some days. And I seriously really don't know what to say. Like, I'm a high schooler. I'm 17 years old, and I will not even behave in the way you behaved in that meeting. And that says something. If someone yelled and screamed at me in a club officer meeting that I'm hosting at my high school, I'll immediately have kicked them out of the room and not let them back in, and probably reconsider their position. That's why we're here tonight, considering a sanction or a censure against you. And Patanisha, watch how you support him, because wherever goes down tonight, it's also gonna affect you. And to both of you, 2026 will not forget what is going on now, and it will never be forgotten. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carolina Villaseca. Carolina, go ahead.
Thank you. I am going to start by saying I'm just going to go procedurally through what has transpired since Councilmember Oerlemans won his seat. Council members who are new to City Council go through training. They get training on the Brown Act, procedures, comportment, responsibilities, the whole kit and caboodle. He was trained to know what is allowed and what is not allowed. All the City Council members there know this. Margaret, the acting clerk, read disclaimers before every time she opens public comment, every time, and it's opened at least a minimum of 5 times during every meeting. So everybody understands and knows how public comment is supposed to transpire. Councilmember Oerlemans also has access to a long history of videos of previous meetings to see the flow and the procedure and the proper behavior. Therefore, there should be some consequence for the repeated violations and lack of apology or taking responsibility for his actions. Why is this important? Because Councilmember Oerlemans is a retired policeman and he has a concealed carry permit. And if he cannot control his temper, then this becomes an issue because it will definitely tamper public participation from public comment in chambers. Who wants to come to a city council meeting where there is a city council person that could or could not be armed and gets upset that easily? And lastly, Tim Ogden, who's not there tonight, but maybe Darian can answer this question. Is there a money back guarantee for the get along workshop y'all had? 3 hours of your life that none of you will get back? I would like to know how much taxpayer dollars are spent on this because clearly it did not work. I really believe that some action needs to be taken. As Danny Dorman said, it's late. This sets a precedent for every city council moving forward. And if action is not taken, then what you're saying is temper tantrum can happen when you don't get your way, stamping, calling names, walking out, interrupting public comment. All of that behavior is completely acceptable moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rod. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. Yeah, I'm sad that you didn't play the video tonight because there's people in the audience that are trying to minimize what Oerlemans did or compare it to what's been going on in the council the last few years. And I can tell you right now, nobody in the council until that night has ever called anybody disgusting or stupid. It's just beyond the pale. Nobody has ever got up and stomped out of there. It's just not the same. You know, the really sad thing tonight is that Oerlemans got mad for nothing at all. Tony, you were mad over nothing. You were read the motion a total of 4 times. Each time it was clearly stated it did not include items C12 and C14. I've watched this thing several times. C14 sound while you're so desperate to kill, you were willing to make a complete fool of yourself when you were mistakenly disappointed in what you thought was your last chance to kill it. You were claiming you were deceived, but the mayor could not have been more clear in the motion, taking pains to very clearly and slowly reiterate that the motion did not include items C12 and C14. He was telegraphing it to you, dude. All you had to do was listen. He was telling you what was going on so you would know what to do. By voting aye, you actually retain the right to ask for reconsideration of the item, which was eventually done once order was restored. The whole show was for nothing. It was pointless and demonstrated a shocking lack of self-control from a man who was licensed to carry a gun and by all accounts was carrying it that night. In fact, I think you're carrying one now. Tell me I'm wrong. All Oerlemans accomplished by storming out of the room was disgrace himself and all the good people who supported his run for office, myself included, by the way. If Tony had any decency, he'd just concede that he made a tremendous error and lost control of himself because he did not pay enough attention to what he was voting on. Nah, he would apologize to the mayor, who was only trying to patiently explain the motion. Tony, what you did to Joel, it was bad, man. You were a complete jerk to the man, and he was only trying to help you. What a thing. If Tony had any decency, he would just concede he made a tremendous error, lost control of himself, and he didn't pay enough attention when he was voting on it. He'd apologize to the mayor. He'd apologize to the people of Brentwood for disrespecting our mayor and what the office of mayor represents to everyone who lives in this city. He would apologize to the Brentwood Police Department after he made a big deal out of his former career with them during his campaign, only to disgrace them with his outrageous behavior. He should apologize to the people in his district, especially those who voted for him after he promised to bring more civility to Brentwood City Council. Oh, sanctimonious you were up there, Tony, only to prove you're the least civil person to ever occupy that office. Most of all, you should get down on your knees and beg forgiveness from the good people of the St. Anna neighborhood for letting them sit through 2 proclamations after they saw their contract be voted on and approved, only to then throw a tantrum and disrespectfully and dismissively say they could just wait 2 more weeks to find out if their nightmare was truly over. For that, in your own words, I'll stand here and tell you, Mr. Oerlemans, that you disgust me. You walking out and making a complete ass of yourself over nothing was genuinely the stupidest thing I've ever seen anyone do in this room. You should resign. You won't. You should voluntarily offer to leave your gun outside of meetings and get some help with your impulse control issues. You won't. You should stand up and do the right thing like a man. You won't. But you have shown everybody here who you are. You can kid yourself and tell yourself that it's all going to blow over. But everyone here now knows because you showed them that you're not to be trusted. You might go off at a moment's notice. You have the impulse control of a child and that you are armed. The only way you know how to sway people is to try to make them afraid of you. Your cheap bully tactics will not help you up there. And they sure as hell won't help you with me. Everyone now knows who you are. Everyone now knows what you are. Your only path forward is to admit you screwed up, admit you need help, and make amends to all the people you disappointed and hurt. What you gonna do, Tony? Are you gonna threaten me? I'll tell you this, and this is not in my speech, but you better stay away from me. I have to be in the same room with you because we are coworkers at times. Other than that, I don't want to see you. I don't want to talk to you. Never touch my body again. I will put a restraining order on you so fast, and you can kiss your gun goodbye. So that's what I have to say to you. Thank you.
The next speaker is Marisol Vallis. Marisol, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask the City Council this evening to please move forward with a motion to censure Tony Oerlemans. As a Brentwood resident, I think we should all feel safe in those chambers. I think we should feel safe with being able to speak up and speak about policies and anything else that is coming forward to the city without feeling that we're going to have retaliation or hinder our free speech. Tony really needs to be censured. He's not safe. Residents don't feel safe around him. And unfortunately, he was elected, but I think the city council that's there right now can help the residents of Brentwood feel safe again in those chambers. And I really hope that the right thing is done this evening because it's about Tony. It's about the ethics code. It's about his concealed weapon. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised.
Thank
I'm sorry,
you.
I do have one additional speaker in the chambers.
Councilman Oerlemans, thank you for your service. Thank you for your 34 years, 35 years as a police officer. Thank you for the years that you spent in the military. Thank you for your service. In all those years, there has never been a complaint against you for pulling out a gun or for violence on someone. I'm pretty sure that's the case, and I'm sure you would agree with me, and your son-in-law would agree with me also on that fact. So this narrative that's being spun today about how dangerous you are, how we don't trust you, you with the gun, that's a bunch of crap. You've been in high stressful situations with armed people in violent situations, and you didn't shoot anybody. So this narrative now that you're gonna shoot somebody all of a sudden, this is political spin. Mr. Mayor, what I'm upset with, I keep hearing people talk about the free speech and the process and the precedent. It was said by one of the speakers about the precedent. Let me tell you about the precedent. According to the municipal code, I'm not even sure why this action is actually allowed to move forward today, because the precedent that it sets right now is going to be completely in opposite of what's in the policy. The policy say, in order to make these type of allegations, there's due process. Inside of the actual allegations, it mentioned tonight that due process has to be followed. That's not being followed. The first step, as a lawyer, I'm sure Mr. Bauer will agree with me, when this says shall, that is a legal term of art. That means that there's no discretion. So the first paragraph of the municipal code, notification of allegations, it says that if a council member believes that another council member has violated the policy and any applicable city policy, he or she shall notify the mayor. And I understand that there's been a workaround tonight to get this before the council. There's no discretion. If Councilwoman Mendoza had an issue with this, she was supposed to come to you first. The next paragraph said, once this allegation is actually made, that if it involves the mayor or the vice mayor, then you can do another process. You don't have to go to the mayor. Then you can go to the city council. You can go to the city manager. That's the next process. There's also a shall with that. That's no discretion. There is a process, a way to do this. The next thing, it says, the person who receives the allegation, Councilwoman Mendoza is the one making the allegation, not receiving the allegation. She has to go to another council member and bring it up. I was sitting here in this meeting when she brought this up in a public forum. The due process is so that this council person can get notice about this. You can't circumvent the process by jumping down to the bottom where it says this council member seeking, make an allegation and first discuss the matter with the city council or other person, that they can then bring it to the city manager to put it on the calendar. But what didn't happen in this agenda for tonight is they stopped right there at that period. There's more after the period about the process, about the integrity, about due process. So everybody that gets up here and talks about the First Amendment, free speech, and all of our rights, you can't be a hypocrite and have it both ways at the same time. You can't then flip it and then throw the policy. There's a written policy that you all received and you all acknowledged. And I'm not going to even get into the other violations that have occurred here while I've been sitting here watching these meetings and not commenting on things. But there is a process after that. It says, after you do this, you have to go to the city manager. If you tried this process in the shalls and you got around all the shalls, you got to go to the city manager who then can put it on the calendar. How can you do that when I sat in the audience and watched Councilwoman Mendoza bring this up in the council meeting in front of everybody without due process being respected? We need to respect due process. Mr. Mayor, thank you. That's passion. Thank you.
I have no additional speaker cards or hands raised.
Thank you. This time we'll close public comment, move into council discussion.
I wanted to start, we've discussed this before. This is not an easy job. When the first night of new council joining us, we had some discussion around this. It's not easy for your families to see people calling you out and insulting you and misjudging your ethics or whatever it is. It's not easy. And we know this moving in, that this is not an easy thing. But I do want to say this is not about a person. This is about a policy. I actually really did support you during your campaign as well. I thought you were very thoughtful, and I appreciated that there were other candidates that were talking about the incivility, and they were going to come in and fix it. And there was a lot of talk during campaigns that happens, and you rose above that. And I appreciated that about you, and I still do. But I can also say that it seems to be an easy thing to target Councilmember Mendoza. She's been dealing with that since the very first day she was elected. And I've witnessed it. I know the mayor's witnessed it. I know the people that watch regularly have seen this. And I have to wonder why a lot she speaks her mind. Not everybody likes it. Not everybody likes everything I say either, but I don't get as much target. Some people target me, not as many as target her. But I say all this to say that there are a lot of things about this job that are not easy, but we do have to be able to count on at least understanding that we're going to come here and be able to have this discussion in a safe space, and that our public commenters can come to the podium and know that we might really hate what they're saying. We might be very frustrated. We might want to correct them live as they're speaking, but we cannot do that. And I also want to say, this kind of thing makes me incredibly uncomfortable. I don't like it, but I was the second for this because I thought nothing had come up to discuss it. I was getting stopped at the grocery store. I was getting stopped by neighbors about what's going on and who's doing what about this. So I seconded it because I thought, regardless of what happens tonight, and I don't know what's going to happen tonight, we needed to have a public discussion about it. We all needed to talk about what this means to us, what we think needs to happen moving forward, what we'd like to see as protocols and decorums and policies on this as well. And I can also say that I know that there's a misconception that the same 10 people comment on everything. I actually, when the mayor and I were at the mayor's conference recently, there were a few elected officials from other cities who approached me and asked what we were going to do about this. There was a former representative from a state legislator's office that reached out to me via text and said, what are you going to do to make sure you don't turn into Antioch? Sorry, Antioch. I know there's been a few articles about this in a few different media sources and blogs, but I think the most important thing we need to do tonight is discuss this. I would like to see the accountability on page 682 of the staff report. Under accountability, it says, I take responsibility for all that I do. I am responsible for my actions and accept the consequence of my actions. And we haven't seen that. And I think there's a lot of people that have faith in you and that want to see you succeed. And I've seen that from a lot of people commenting. But for me, I, as a fellow council member, would like to see you be accountable for what happened. That doesn't mean to fall on the sword or anything like that. To me, it means let's talk openly about this. Let's figure out where we go from here. Let's make sure this doesn't happen again. Let's get a commitment that it doesn't happen again. And as I said, I don't know where we're going from here, but I would like people to recognize that, again, Councilmember Mendoza seems to be a very easy target. She has not done what Councilmember Oerlemans has done. I've been working with her for 2.5 years. I've watched council meetings for other cities and ours, and there are councils that have this kind of behavior, and they call it out. So I just want us to be public in our discussion. I want to hear from everyone about what they're thinking about this, and I just want us to be, again, not thinking of the person. Tony's a very likable guy. I want to talk about the policy. I want to talk about what happened in a way that everyone has a voice here, that we can all discuss it openly. Thank you.
So, thank you. I would love to talk about the policy. I'd also like to talk about the persons and the people. I think not only is Councilmember Mendoza an easy target, but I've been an easy target. Tony's been an easy target. I think at some point in our careers, sitting on the dais, whether it's been short-lived or long-term, we've been easy targets by the public and by fellow council members. So I think one of the things that has bothered me is one that when reviewing this, it's two things. One, looking at the core values of the ethics code. And in my review of them and in meeting with city staff, the core values are aspirational. They're not our actual policies that we are there to follow because they're not measurable. I'll give 2 examples. Under our core value of passion, says, I show pride and enthusiasm for the city of Brentwood. How do we measure that? 1, I attend ribbon cuttings. I attend ribbon cuttings because I want to show owners that I am proud that they are here and I'm enthusiastic about them being here in our city. I'm enthusiastic for their business. That doesn't mean it's bad because another council member does not attend a ribbon cutting. It doesn't mean that that person is less passionate. So it's aspirational, but it's really hard to quantify and measure. Another example, respect. I show healthy personal and professional balance for myself and staff. Some people may say for me to, and I'm sorry if me being a pro tem judge and an attorney offends people, but that's what I can't pro tem it. It's because I'm sitting here now, but as a full-time attorney, some may find that being a full-time attorney, serving on some of the largest boards in the state of California, and also sitting on the dais is unhealthy. It's not healthy. So it's, but I find it very healthy. It keeps me busy, it keeps me going, and I'm a complete public servant. That being said, those things are aspirational. I don't even think we can measure sanctions as to aspirational goals. They're goal setting. So when I look at policies, I look at them all together. When I looked at when I saw this, I thought about what policies possibly could have been violated. I adore Tony. I think Tony is an amazing council member, an amazing human being to have served the number of years that he served. I honestly did not ever hear you say any of us were stupid. I understood you to say the process was stupid. I never felt threatened by you. I actually feel a lot safer that you and the chief are sitting over there. When we've heard in the media that a lot of council members have been killed or hurt sitting in this role, and I feel a lot safer to find out that I have not only our chief of police sitting here, but he has backup who's worked in the same department as him. So I feel a lot safer to have Council Member Oerlemans sitting up here on this dais. And I hear this thing that I do a spin every week. I don't know what that means, but I do feel like the whole violent things, that's up to the individual person. If they say they feel violent, then we have to take that at face value. But for speaking for myself, I did not feel at all unsafe by you. I want to make it very clear to people that one, a couple of things that were said in public comment up here on the dais that people may not know. Before, we have the right to, and it's not violative of the Brown Act, to ask procedural questions. Before the meeting happened, both myself and Council Member Oerlemans asked the mayor a procedural question, because we are the new council members, more detail about how items are pulled, and specifically said, can you tell the process? And he explained the process without any of us ever telling what item we wanted pulled. That was right before. Procedurally, we do not need motions to pull items. So as soon as Councilmember Oerlemans pulled the item was technically pulled. So for us to vote on what Councilmember Mendoza stated, yes, we voted correctly. Yes, pull those items, and then to be told that we can't seemed violative of policy. So can I understand why Councilmember Oerlemans got upset? Because you don't need a motion or a vote to pull an item from consent. You do not need that. If one council member pulls an item from consent, it is technically pulled. So to feel like the process was changing feels like a discredit to all those people who voted both of us into office when one person was asking for something to be pulled. It feels like an attack. Could he have done it better? Heck yeah. I'll be the first one to say he could have did it better. But did he excuse himself before he did something? Yes. Do I find that there's a policy, if we're gonna look at policy, a policy that says we need to sit in the seats at all time? I don't see a policy that says that I can't get up and go to the bathroom, that I can't get up to calm myself down. I think it was better that he left than to stay here and to say anything else more damaging. That being said, when we look at violations, the only thing that I can support that was wrong was two things, because I've seen some other violations up here, and I'm gonna be very frank, and this is not for any disdain. I have seen several times that the decorum, which is our actual administrative policies, our meeting policies, 5.1, decorum generally, city council members, it specifically says a council member, once a council member is recognized, he or she will not be interrupted. I have been interrupted by other council members up here, and no one ever thought about sanctioning. Instead, members of the public said, oh, when they did that to you, they're a passionate Latina. That was the remark that was given when I was interrupted. Do you know how that feels? I feel like I'm being muted and I can't speak without being interrupted. There's a specific policy that says that can't happen. 5.2 says, in 5.2, decorum general, public, all remarks shall be addressed to the mayor. When Mr. Floor was here, Mr. Floor comments was not directed to the mayor. They were directed, when Tony coughed, Mr. Floor said, "I heard what you said." Now, where did things go wrong? Where did Tony Oerlemans make a mistake? At 3.8. 3.8A parentheses 4, it says avoid debate and argument. This is the only thing that I can say that once a member of the public violated our policy, then Tony violated a member of something of our policy. That the only thing that if we are to do anything, the only thing I can support is admonition. There was a mutual offense that occurred. One, by a speaker at that podium, by violating 5.1, 5.2, and then a violation of 3.8A, parenthesis 4, where it says a council member is to avoid debate and argument. And I don't have anything else to say on that.
Well, there are several different things. There are 3 different actions that can be taken tonight. I will tell you that having been on council for a long time and a part of several councils, I've been in some very stressful situations up here. Anyone that has been watching or attending council meetings for any period of time, 3 or 4 years, I'm very familiar with what it feels like to be attacked. I'm familiar with what it feels like to be attacked and vilified, accused of things that were not true and that were proven to be not true. There's not an elected position that the people running for that position don't understand that you're going to be a target. That's just what is going to happen. There are very few appointed positions that you're not going to be a target. Anytime that you are sitting in a seat making decisions on behalf of a larger body than yourself, you're going to have people that dislike you that don't know you. There's not a single one of us up here that haven't had people that have never spoken to us, don't know us, accuse us of things that are far from true. We do have city policies, and I do want to echo what the vice mayor has said. Any decision tonight, whatever this decision is going to be, is not aimed at an individual. It is aimed at a seat. It's aimed at a body of electeds that have agreed to uphold these ordinances and these provisions by our behavior. And so any decision that I make tonight, I will be applying it equally to myself and equally to every other council person, because there are things that I firmly believe, and we have things that guidelines that lay it out as well, that describe what is and isn't acceptable. And so part of the process that I believe wholeheartedly, number one, I respect Councilman Oerlemans very, very much. I trust him. And one of the things I know as a human being is this: most of us, I've never met an exception, but there may be one. Most people want others to judge you at your finest hour. They want, when they look at you, you want them to think of you at your best. Unfortunately, as humans, we often do the opposite when we're judging others. We judge people at their worst moment. We don't allow room for error and growth. one of the speeches I was forced to read in 6th grade was Mark Antony's speech. I don't know if they make that a requirement in schools now, but one of the things that are part of Mark Antony's speech in Julius Caesar is this. The quote is, "Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. I come to bury Caesar, not to praise him. The evil that men do live after them, but the good is oft interred with their bones." What people do as a mistake, as an error, in a moment of passion or frustration, that lives on forever. All the good seems to be buried with them at the moment that the bad occurs. And I don't want that to happen for any of us, anybody sitting up here. I expect, as a council person, I expect to feel safe here, and I expect our community to feel safe. Like has been said by one of the speakers tonight, but all of us as council people have said away from the dais, we want our community to be involved. We want them to feel safe. We want them to feel not intimidated. Those are policies. Those aren't preferences. And so I want anyone to feel free to speak their mind here. I will tell you the constant attack on council members is getting really old. This is a business meeting, and there has been behavior for some time, and not just this council, but in other councils, that have detracted from the focus of what we're doing here. We're doing the business of the city. We're doing the business of our families and communities. And these decisions are often going to have very long-term effects and ramifications. And I want every single council member to feel safe to exercise their First Amendment right. I believe in it. I live it. I have taken a lot of shots because I believe in it. And I haven't ever retaliated, and I won't, because I believe you have a right to say what you feel like saying, and you should feel safe and free to do so. And I also believe that the only reason we need the First Amendment is because your rights should be protected, not when everyone agrees with you, but your First Amendment right begins when people disagree with you. That's when your right begins. And so there have been a lot of times people have said things I disagreed with, but because I genuinely believe in our constitutional rights individually, I had to swallow it. And and it's not even close, I have learned far more from people that I have disagreed with than I have ever learned from people that I agreed with. It's given me different perspectives. It's given me different considerations of things that I was totally unaware of, viewpoints I was totally unaware of. And so I think as a body of electeds, we owe it to our community. And I've said it before, and I believe, because I believe it, we owe it to them to act professionally, to act civilly, to act respectfully, to not only listen to them, but to hear them as well. And not only to listen to each other, but to hear each other as well. And let that be in a positive environment that we can accomplish good work as a city council. And so that is where I'm coming from when I make whatever decision tonight for me that I feel appropriate. But it's also impossible to have this discussion without giving Councilman Oerlemans an opportunity to speak on whatever you feel like.
Okay, first off, I'm going to start with saying the goal in my life has always been to make the people around me feel safe. So I truly apologize if anyone feels unsafe around me for any reason. I have self-control that I know it didn't show that night. My passion showed that night. My ability to ask for a recess before walking out of the room shows that I'm in control of what's going on as opposed to just storming away. If I was out of control, I wouldn't have asked for a recess and I would have just stormed out of the room and had my temper tantrum and my fit and whatever else has been said back in there in the dais by myself. I regret what happened. I regret that I felt that there were people on this dais that were trying to silence me. I'm not the person you want to silence. I was elected by the citizens of Brentwood to speak for them. That's my goal. And that night, I felt like I was shushed. And I won't stand for that. I don't think the citizens that elected me will stand for that. I am loud. I am very boisterous. I have recruit academy classes from 3 different cities that have heard me yell like you can't believe in other counties. When I yell, I won't let that happen again. You asked for a promise, I guarantee you that won't happen here ever again. It's not going to happen. I understand my role up here is to make decisions for the city of Brentwood. And one of those is to make you all feel safe. I am truly offended at what other people have said, that they feel fear for me that I possibly have a concealed weapon. You should feel more comfortable where you're sitting having me armed. Every single one of you I've vowed to protect with my life. I've been a policeman for 34 years and I was in the United States Army carrying guns for 4 years before that. I have never once shot a human being, ever. And a few of them needed to be shot. Your fear is unfounded. I'm sorry you feel it, but it is extremely unfounded. I would, to this day, and I'm a retired police officer, I no longer work for anybody other than the citizens of Brentwood on this dais. I will still lay my life down for any one of you to protect you. That's all I have to say. I guarantee you it won't happen again.
Is there any further discussion regarding this motion, this item? So do we have a motion on this item?
This is hard. I don't want to censure you. I appreciate you apologizing, and I appreciate your words, but so I don't want to censure you. I do think that you and I are both loud, but I think what we saw that night was more than I can handle. And I'm fine with this being loud and And, you know, we talk with our hands and that's all great, but it should never come to that with us, whether we agree or not. You and I have always gone along. I've never worried about you before, and I knew about what people brought up, and I didn't even bring that up in my stuff. That wasn't what I brought up. So that was never an issue for me at all. But I do think that we need to do something because it wasn't right, and it needs consequences. And I get it. Like, trust me, I have to sit here and bite my tongue when I get mad and I feel people do things, and you know, it's hard. But we gotta do it. And I know you promised you're never gonna do it again. I just think that, I mean, I don't know if it's admonishment or sanction, but I think we need to do something.
I move that we admonish the city council to follow our administrative policy number 5 on decorum, as it relates to decorum generally for city council members and decorum generally as to the public.
I will second that. Okay, we have a first and a
So
second.
I have a question. We're admonishing the
Yes.
whole council?
Language says that.
Her,
Just, that's what admonition is.
but she's
in
admonishing
response.
all 5 of us. Is that, you're okay with that? That's what we're doing?
I believe what we have all said applies all equally to us. Now, the process is there's a first and a second. And when we call, if it's not supported, then there will be opportunity to make another motion.
Mr. Mayor, may I
Yes.
clarify 2 things? One, just to read what an admonishment is, just for the public's benefit as well. And then also, I'd like to clarify on the motion, does that include the action occurring tonight, or did you want to come back with a formal resolution at the next meeting as part of your motion?
Can you specify that more clearly?
Well, as the policy is written, when it's either an admonishment or a sanction, the council may come back at the next meeting and adopt a formal resolution doing either of those, or it can occur by minute action tonight, and then it would not come back at the next meeting.
Thank you. I'd like it to be done tonight by minute
All right.
action.
And for the second, is that acceptable? Okay.
That's it.
And then just to read let me go directly to the policy on what an admonition is. And this is section 4.2B under potential council actions, admonition. This is the least severe form of action. Admonition may typically be directed to all members of the council, reminding them that a particular type of behavior is in violation of a city policy, and that if it occurs or is found to have occurred, could make a member subject to sanction or censure. Admonition may be issued in response to particular alleged action or actions, although it would not necessarily have to be triggered by such allegations. Admonition may be issued by the city council prior to any findings of fact regarding allegations, and because it's a warning or reminder, would not require a separate hearing to determine whether the allegation is true. So just for the public's benefit and for the council's benefit, that's what the policy describes an admonition as.
So then what we're saying is that none of this has to be true? Like, all of this could be false, everything we just discussed?
No, it's a reminder to the council about behavior and what's important to the council of certain types of behavior. That's more an admonition, and it reminds everyone on the council, not just one person. A sanction is similar to an admonition, but it's more directed to one person.
Okay, so if we're gonna do it for all, can we go through what all did? Can you go through each one of us and according to the policies? I mean,
I think we have a motion and a second, and I think a vote is the next possible thing that we're supposed to do procedurally.
To clarify, there's no requirement that for an admonition that there be specific allegations against one person. It's a general reminder, here's what our rules are, here's our expectations. I thought I'd heard in the motion several policy sections that were being focused upon. And that was what I had taken the motion to be. But I'm just, the other council members may, or the council members may disagree with that.
We have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
No.
The item moves. Before I move into the next item, I'm going to state something that I want the council to consider. Should there be on any council person the necessity to go through this process again, I am going to recommend bypassing any other option other than censure. We cannot lose the confidence of our community. We cannot lose the respect and the confidence of each other, with each other, whether we agree or not. There's no question in my mind that every single one of us up here are up here for the solitary purpose of serving our community and making this community a better place for our families and the families that are our neighbors here. I appreciate your guarantee. But regardless of who it is, as long as I'm on council, we can't do this. We can't have this behavior. And it makes me very unhappy, and that's an understatement when I have other mayors in this county and outside of this county refer to Brentwood as a circus. I don't want to hear that anymore ever again on my behalf. So the item is moved, and we will move forward. Item E1. If you have a new agenda request, please raise your hand. I'll call on you in order, considering all the pending items already being worked on and the heavy agendas we have coming up. And I will also say this, according to our policies and procedures, in order for every council person to have the protection of the floor in the process, in future council meetings, we'll just limit the cross discussion, and each person will have an opportunity to have the floor themselves. And when you yield the floor, the next person that the chair calls will have the floor. And that way it eliminates not being able to feel heard. And So I'm not targeting anyone. It applies to all of us equally. None of our voices are more or less important than each other, than the others. And so we will give each other that respect and privilege. So is there a request for future agenda items? Yes.
This is not a rush in any way, but it's in response to public comments at the beginning of the meeting in questioning the Davis campsite. I would like for staff to come back with a report on what it would look like to do a plaque. I believe the zoning there is for housing, so it can't be a park like was requested, but I would like for us to consider a plaque and what that would look like. And again, not a rush at all.
That's clear. So Councilmember Hughes, what we like to do is bring these back as quickly as possible so that once it's approved by the city council, we can add it to the agenda. And then at that time,
yes,
the
Then
time
it
might
can
be
be
set
pushed
out.
out. Yeah.
But at least we try to bring these back as quickly as possible so the staff, so council can give direction to staff to allocate, time, money, and resources for it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Do we have any further future agenda?
I'm sorry, could I please add to that, just to, as part of the report, can staff please make it clear what the zoning is for that, so that there's an understanding that a park may not be feasible based on that zoning? Sorry about that. Thank you.
Include that, thank you.
I have a future agenda item. I'd like for staff to give us an informational report on the status of our PLA negotiations that prior council instructed our former Director of Public Works to begin to discuss with Building and Trades.
Thank you, Councilmember Pedersen.
Thank you.
Okay, if there are no additional future agenda item requests, do I have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Seconded.
First and a second, all in favor, aye.
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 We are adjourned. Thank you.